And now, Jinx and Electo begin the Serenade of Small Shadows. Lit. Hello, lackeys. Hope you're all staying happy, staying healthy, staying hydrated, as per usual. Hope you're ready for some more Lancer Super Soldiers tonight. Now, we are gonna do still one tradition video before tonight's broadcast, but we're gonna jump into it pretty quickly here because I always feel bad on the Super Soldiers nights that I'm just like making Karnyx and Whiskey wait for me for like who knows how long at the beginning of the streams because I'm not in comms with them anymore. I feel bad. So we're gonna go a little bit speedy mode tonight and jump right into things. I do still want to hear in chat if any of yous are having good nights. If yous are having bad nights, then like tell me what like magical shit could happen to make it better. And I'll do my damnedest. Keep in mind, I am just a comedian on a stage. Okay, let's jump into things here. me crank down our background tunes just a bit. But I do believe this will be the perfect tune for our tradition video based off of what I've seen so far. So let's jump into this bad boy. That's not the right button. Meow. As we're jumping into the unsolved murder in room 1046. Now, what the unsolved murder in room 1046 is, your guess is as good as mine. I'm gonna be so real with you. But we're gonna find out together, goddammit. That is all I've seen of this. This is gonna be smooth as hell. I love Fern.
This is Randolph Probst. He's a bellboy at the President Hotel in Kansas City. He just got sent to room 1046. The hotel's telephone operator told him that the phone is off the hook. Again. It's the second time he's been sent to the room that day. At 7 a.m., he knocked on the same door for the same reason. From inside the room, a deep voice told him to come in. But when he tried to open the door, it was locked.
What?
Assuming the guest was drunk, Probst shouted through the door to put the phone back on the hook and left.
Ooh.
But the phone remained off the hook.
And that would be his worst mistake ever. You know what? I'm pausing our background tunes because they've got their own shit and it is smooth. Like, listen to this shit one more time.
And left. But the phone remained off the hook. So at 8:30 a.m., another bellboy, Harold Pike, was sent up to the room. When Pike knocked and tried to enter, he noticed something strange. The door handle turned freely, meaning it was locked from the outside. If it had been locked from the inside, the handle wouldn't have turned at all.
Interesting.
So Pike used his passkey to enter the dim room.
I thought he said enter the damn room.
There, he found a naked man lying on the bed, breathing heavily. There was a dark spot on the sheets next to him, but with the shades drawn, it just looked like a shadow. Pike picked up the knocked-over telephone stand and placed the phone back in the hook. When he left the room, he locked the door from the outside, leaving it just as he had found it.
Bro.
Now it's 11 a.m., and once again, the phone is off the hook. Probst knocks 3 times, but there's no answer. So he uses his key and opens the door.
I come in and there's a naked man. Listen, it's the Nightside broadcast. What else do you expect?
Less than a meter in front of him is the naked man, crouching on his knees and elbows with his head in his hands. Probst turns on the light. There's blood everywhere. It's all over the walls, the bed, and the bathroom.
Damn.
The man has a head wound. Frightened, Probst runs out and alerts the assistant manager, Mr. M.S. Weaver. The staff call for a doctor and notify the police. At around 11:15 a.m., the 2 men and another staff member return to the room. But they can only open the door a few inches. It seems the injured guest has collapsed against it from the inside. 15 minutes later, Dr. Harold F. Flanders arrives at the scene. Mr. Weaver, Dr. Flanders, and the bellboy, Pike, enter the room. The guest is no longer blocking the door. Instead,
there we go.
they find him sitting on the edge of the bathtub with his arms and head draped over the sink. Strangely, there's a clothesline tied around his neck, ankles, and wrists.
Oh, Jesus.
The doctor takes stock of his condition. He's been stabbed in the chest. The wound might have punctured his lung. His skull is fractured on the right side, where he was struck multiple times. And there are bruises around his neck, suggesting he's been strangled.
Okay.
Miraculously, the man is still breathing and semi-conscious. The doctor cuts him loose and notes that his wounds aren't fresh. They seem to be at least 6 or 7 hours old.
Oh my
The blood
Lord.
is already dry. According to newspaper reports, when police detective Ira L. Johnson arrives, they ask the wounded man a series of questions.
Who did this, Mr. Owen? Who was in the room with you?
Nobody.
How did you get these injuries?
I fell against the bathtub.
What?
Did you try to commit suicide?
No.
Following this brief exchange, the man loses consciousness.
What?
He's taken to the hospital, but he slips into a
not
coma.
lucid, dude. I
Later
don't
that
think we
night,
can trust anything that he
dies,
just said.
taking his killer's identity with him to his grave.
The fuck?
The murder is national news. It's called America's strangest and perfect murder crime. The Kansas City police are stumped.
This case came nearer to being the perfect crime than any other murder Kansas City has seen.
The strange occurrences in the President Hotel have fascinated people for almost a century. A few years ago, the case files were made public for the first time.
Oh, shit.
Some 500 documents contain detailed witness accounts, anonymous phone calls, letters from a dead man, and a mysterious object found in an attic decades later. This is the unsolved murder in room 1046.
Okay. Damn, there's some lore behind this shit. So, okay. So thinking about it, he tried to get someone to come in and help him earlier, too. When they, like, knocked the first time. He tried to tell them to come in. So, he clearly did not want to be there in that, like, pain and whatnot for fucking however many hours, right? On top of that, hands, feet, and neck were bound. That's crazy, first of all. You wouldn't be able to do that to yourself. And then finally, the door was locked from the outside. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Oh my fucking god, was it the second bellhop? Was it the bellhop dude who went in there, claimed that the door was locked from the outside, went in there, attacked the dude and whatnot, hung the phone up, and then, like, locked the door, claiming that he was leaving it how he found it? No, because the other dude said that it was locked, too. But it could have really been locked from the inside. The dude unlocks it, goes in there, attacks the dude, hangs the phone up, relocks it, and then claims that he noticed it was locked from the outside. That's why he left it. Dude, there's like some... It had to be someone he was afraid of ratting out. Yeah, I don't know why he would be afraid of ratting out the other bellhop. That part doesn't make sense to me. Maybe he decided he didn't want to ruin a kid's life or something, but, like, I have no fucking clue, dude. That's the only suspect I have, because they are the only person to have had contact with the dude last before he was found bound like that. And conveniently stating that he was the one to discover that the door was locked from the outside, so that's why he left it locked from the outside again. That's a little convenient in my eyes. He's prime suspect if you ask me.
This video is largely based in the official case files of the Kansas City Police. Some details are based on research conducted by Dr. John Arthur Horner of the Kansas City Public Library, the first to gain access to these files. We also reference the 1943 article Mystery Murder, Room 1046 by the Newcastle Sun. Further sources can be found in the description. Oh, and yes, we fully recreated the room and hallway to bring this story to life for you.
Brother, what the fuck?
It's afternoon, and bellboy Randolph Probst is asked to escort a new guest to his room. The guest is Roland T. Owen. He looks young, but his age is hard to guess. He could be anywhere from his early 20s to his mid-30s. He's well-dressed in a black overcoat with a heavy-set build and brown hair.
To die for.
He also has cauliflower ear, giving him the look of a boxer or a wrestler. They take the elevator all the way to the 10th floor. While checking in, the young man had made a very specific request. He asked for a room several floors up with a window that didn't face the street. He's assigned to room 1046.
That just faces the other half of the building.
In the elevator,
don't face
Owen
the street,
tells
buddy.
Probst that he stayed at the nearby Mulebach Hotel the night before. When they enter the room, Probst turns on the light. He observes Owen taking a brush, comb, and toothpaste out of his overcoat pocket and putting them above the bathroom sink. Strangely, they're the only items he checked in with. As they leave the room, Probst turns off the light, locks the door from the outside, and gives the key to Owen. They ride the elevator down to the lobby together, and Owen leaves the building. Around 40 minutes later, cleaning lady Mary Soptic knocks on the door of room 1046. To her surprise, Owen opens it. She had expected a female guest, so she excuses herself, telling Owen she'll call again later, but he doesn't seem to mind. Entering the room, Soptic notices the blinds are drawn tight. The only light comes from a dim desk lamp. Seeing the expression on Owen's face, she notes that he seems
worried about something, or afraid.
Interesting.
As she starts to clean, he puts on his overcoat, goes to the bathroom to comb his hair, and leaves the room. On his way out, he instructs Soptic not to lock the door, as he's expecting a friend in a few minutes. But by the time she leaves, no one else has arrived.
And pass.
Bringing room 1046 to life.
Okay. He was expecting someone. He was definitely expecting someone, clear cut and dry. So it has to be that friend, whoever that friend is. Now, whoever that friend could possibly fucking be, my suspicions of the bellhop have gone down severely. Is this dude like caught up in mafia crime?
Life took quite a lot out of our producer, Mona, and it's tough to wind down after adrenaline-filled production days. For a lot of you, winding down means white noise or whale sounds or doom scrolling until your phone drops on your face. You do you. Chances are you're already battling a room that's too hot, bright, and noisy. Luckily, Mona has a manta mask.
I've actually wanted to try
masks you can actually sleep in.
Before.
On your side, face down, in the tub, whatever your sleep style is. It's got adjustable eye cups and breathable material, and it's 100% blackout.
Unironically, I feel like they'd be absolutely perfect
the classic
when you have
sleep
a headache.
mask, Pro Mask, and Sound Sleep Mask. This one's got built-in Bluetooth speakers, ultra thin, specifically for you side sleepers. No earbuds falling out at 3 a.m., no phone speaker waking up whoever's next to you. So you can keep listening to whatever's getting you to sleep tonight. Podcasts, true crime, a 24-hour loop of the theme from Friends, no judgment, and actually be comfortable while you do it. Go to mantasleep.com and use the code FERN10 for 10% off.
Like, genuinely, I feel like they would go hard for
Soptic
like a
returns to the room to deliver some fresh towels. The door is unlocked.
Because they don't
Owen
put
is lying
pressure
across
on
the
your
bed in
eyes,
the
they have
dark.
like cups around them.
Walking in, she notices a note on the desk.
Dawn, I will be back in 15 minutes. Wait.
Soptic comes back to clean again the next morning.
That's definitely possible.
She unlocks the door and finds Owen inside, sitting alone in the dark. Then a realization hits her.
I realized then, after I had unlocked this door, that the man had been locked in the room from the outside.
If he had locked it
That's
from
the
the inside,
second time
her
that's
key wouldn't have
happened,
turned
right?
in the lock. While she's making the bed, the phone rings. Owen picks up the receiver and says,
No, Dawn, I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry. I just had breakfast.
Before hanging up, he repeats that he isn't hungry. After the call, he asks Soptic about her job and whether she's in charge of the whole floor. He mentions that he recently changed hotels. At around 4 o'clock that afternoon, she returns to deliver fresh towels. But this time, Owen isn't alone. As Soptic approaches the door, she hears two men talking in low tones. She knocks on the door.
Who is it?
It's the maid. I want to leave some fresh towels.
No, we don't need any. We've got enough.
Strange, she thinks. She didn't leave any towels in the room that morning. And the only reason the other man might lie is to keep her out of the room. Robert Lane is driving down 13th Street past Lydia Avenue when he notices a man running down
Lydia! Do you even know what it means to be a house Carl? Do you understand what this title means that has been just granted to you? So-called Dragonborn.
Street toward him. It's
I
a
don't know
cold
why in
January
my
night,
head Lydia is
but
like
he's only wearing
sassy,
shoes, trousers, and an undershirt.
like a married couple.
Waving and shouting, the stranger asks Lane to stop. But when he approaches the car, he realizes
She
his
never
mistake.
stopped complaining.
I'm sorry, I thought you were a taxi.
Still, he asks for a ride.
Will you take me to where I can get a cab?
Lane agrees, and as the man hops into the back seat, he gets a closer look at him. There's a deep scratch on his left arm, and he's cupping his hands together, as if to catch blood dripping from a more serious wound.
You look as if you've been in it bad.
The man responds with a grumbled threat to his attacker.
I'll kill that tomorrow.
The statement sticks in Lane's mind.
And this isn't...
When they
this
reach the
isn't dude who
intersection at
stayed
12th
in
and
the
Troost,
hotel
the
either,
young man
is
thanks
it?
him and jumps out of the car. He runs to a parked taxi, opens the door, and honks the horn, summoning the driver from a nearby restaurant.
That is such a wild thing to do, dude. If you open someone else's car and honk the horn, you're about to get your ass arrested. How the fuck was that, like, a common tactic?
Elevator operator and stand-in bellboy Charles Blocker is clocking in for his night shift. Shortly after, a woman enters the elevator and asks to be taken to the 10th floor. Blocker recognizes her as a commercial woman who often frequents the hotel with different men.
I see it.
She's about 5'6", 135 pounds, with black hair,
She's from the
and she's wearing a
Eros
black Hudson
family
seal
side
coat
of
with a light strip of
things.
fur on the collar. She asks about room 1026, telling Blocker that she's looking for a client, a man who is usually...
very prompt in his appointments.
But after a short time, she returns to the elevator, claiming she couldn't find him. Blocker
Okay.
takes her back to the lobby, and she leaves the hotel. After about an hour,
failed.
she's back.
Oh.
This time, she's accompanied by a man.
Oh, okay.
He's around her height, with a slender build. He's wearing a light brown overcoat, a brown hat, and brown shoes. They ask to be taken up together, this time to the 9th floor. At around 4:15
lady's
a.m., the
looking
woman
for
returns from the
someone, I
9th floor and
think.
leaves the hotel.
I think it's
15
a
minutes
cover.
later,
I
the
think
man she
she's
arrived with
visiting
follows.
people
On the way down, he complains to
for
Blocker that he
other
couldn't sleep.
reasons.
Then he leaves.
I think it's
It's
a
the middle of the
cover.
night, and hotel guest Jean Owen is lying
Interesting.
awake in her room 1048. She's trying to sleep, but the noises coming from the room next door are keeping her up. She can hear multiple voices sounding both male and female. They're talking loudly and swearing. It's so loud, in fact, that she considers calling the front desk, but she decides against it. Eventually, she falls asleep. When she wakes up at 8 a.m., it's quiet. She eats breakfast and checks out, unaware that in the room next to hers, only a few hours later, a man will be found, inches from death.
Damn, okay. Yeah, I think that lady
Kansas
was
City
a
police
mafia
detectives
boss,
Ira
dude.
L. Johnson and
Unironically, that is the kind of shit that the Eros family godfather in my lore would do. She literally, every so often, if need be, can play the role of just another worker in the red light district that she runs and fucking, like, utilize that capability of getting around and sharing information to do what she needs to do discreetly. Like, that's fucking crazy.
William E. Eldridge are at a loss. They've finished interviewing all the witnesses they could find, but their statements have led to more questions than answers. The front desk ledger at the President Hotel shows the victim signed in as Roland T. Owen from Los Angeles. But when they checked the ledger at the Mulebach Hotel, where he told staff he had previously stayed, he was signed in as Eugene K. Scott. The detectives contacted authorities in Los Angeles, but neither name could be found in any records. They're fake identities. They also pursued another lead, that the victim was a professional wrestler. A week after the man's death, a wrestling promoter from Arkansas named Tony Bernardi came to identify the body. At Melody McGilly Funeral Home, Bernardi positively identified the man as one who had approached him weeks earlier for work. According to John Horner, the name he had given was Cecil Werner, another alias leading to another dead end.
Okay.
Based on the accounts
So
of the
this dude's
hotel's
really
main
trying to
bellboy,
hide.
someone clearly locked the victim in his room. Was he being held prisoner? The Newcastle Sun claims that Owen likely didn't have the key to his room, as it wasn't found there after his death. And this wasn't the only thing that was missing. All of the victim's clothing, his toiletries, and the knife he was stabbed with had disappeared. Anything that could help the police identify him. According to Horner, all that was left behind was an odd collection.
I feel like this dude was probably being blackmailed or something like that. I feel like that's what's happening. I feel like whoever it was blackmailing him, and they told him, like, I'm gonna leave you here to die, and if you tell anyone, then I'm gonna share your information all around, and everyone's gonna know. And, like, maybe that's why he refused to give it up? Because, like, he did mention he was waiting for a friend, but that's clearly a ploy when he's being locked in his room by said individual, etc., right? This was under someone's fucking bad eye. Like, they were fucking eyeing this dude down and making sure they knew what he was doing.
Collection of items. A necktie label, a hairpin, a safety pin, an unlit cigarette, and a small unopened bottle of diluted sulfuric acid.
What the fuck?
The only
That's
other
like
clue the
torturing
detectives
women,
found in
isn't
the room were fingerprints on the telephone stand, likely a woman's. Possibly the same woman Jean heard arguing with two men on the night of the murder. It's plausible they were left there by the prostitute seen by the elevator operator, but she was never seen entering the room. Then there's the man she was with. Was it the same man who had been in the room earlier,
She's
talking
making
quietly
the
with Owen?
connections.
Could that be
She doesn't
Don,
need to do
the man that he had
deeds.
talked to on the phone? The one that the note was for? Did they really have business on the 9th floor? Or did they take the stairs one floor up to avoid being seen entering the 10th floor via the elevator? Were they both present when Owen was bound and stabbed? After all, the doctor had estimated that his wounds were 6 to 7 hours old when he was found.
Yeah.
This would mean that they were inflicted in the middle of the night, and that
At some point before the woman leaving. Well, before the woman leaving, there's a possibility. Before the man leaving, it's like over half of the possibility. Like, if we just roll this as like a fucking spinner, like, roulette wheel, right?
the victim had already been wounded when the bellboys came knocking that morning. But when the detective asked who had hurt him, the victim simply said,
Nobody.
was he afraid?
It's gotta
Delirious
be
from his
fear.
brain injury? Or was he maybe trying to protect his attacker? The account from Robert Lane, the driver, adds to the confusion. According to Horner,
Oh,
the detectives
wait a
had him
minute. New theory just cropped up in my head. Maybe it's Crowley talking in the back of my brain because of the mold that has infected me. But, like, what if the dude was, like, in love with the mafia lady? And, like, she was, like, a big mafia, like, mafioso mob boss type of vibe. And he had a thing for her, and maybe they had, like, a fling one time, and it got, like, real passionate, and it got heated, and they, like, went bow chicka wow wow. But then, like, it was supposed to just be, like, a one-time fling thing, but then he grew, like, sort of attachments and feelings, and she didn't want that, so then he had to, like, keep following her around, but then she got on their, no, he got on her bad side, and then, fuck. And then they, like, captured him to try and, like, break him of this mentality, and then we're finally like, nope, fuck it. Stick him with the sticking blade.
identify the body in the morgue, and Lane claimed that Owen was, in fact, the man he had given a ride to. But the detectives didn't think it was possible for the young man to leave the hotel and return dressed in his underwear, not without somebody in the lobby spotting him. At the end of the day, the detectives have nothing. No murder weapon, no murderer, not even the victim's identity. Without any actionable leads, the investigation grinds to a halt. But then the strange calls start.
Anonymous phone calls? Bro, what is this?
This is Mr. McGilly.
Do you want to play a game? I've bound up several people across multiple hotels here. You won't find a connection. There's a secret key hidden inside their fucking ballsack that you will have to cut out.
He's the undertaker at the Melody McGilly Funeral Home, where the body of Roland T. Owen has been on display for around 3 months. During this time, thousands of people stop by in the hopes of identifying the body, without any
Really?
luck. Since no family member or relative has come forward to claim it, the time has come to bury the body in a mass grave reserved for the
Bro was
poor
a
and
time
the
traveler.
anonymous.
The time police got
But
his
first,
ass.
an obituary for the unknown man is published in the Kansas City Journal-Post. Horner claims that shortly after, Mr. McGilly receives an anonymous phone call. The man on the other end makes a simple request.
Don't bury Owen in a pauper's grave.
What?
Instead, he asks that Owen be buried in Memorial Park Cemetery. He assures the undertaker.
I will send funds to cover the funeral expenses.
Okay.
The caller explains that Owen
Jilted a girl he'd promised to marry.
Ooh, and so the story unfolds. Seems my Crowley fanfiction wasn't too far off now, was it? Okay, I just had it reversed. He was in their bad graces because he didn't want to marry her. But she wanted to marry him, and she was the mafioso with power. So she captured him like a fucking cat in a cage. That's what happened.
He claims to have witnessed this, and that the three of them held a
little meeting
at the President Hotel.
Who is this? I'll have to report this to the police.
Unconcerned, the man simply responds,
That's all right, Mr. McGilly.
He says one last thing before hanging up.
Owen hadn't played the game fair, and cheaters usually get what's coming to them.
Well, damn, bro.
Meanwhile,
it's funny, this sort of vibe, actually, of, like, you know, the karma coming back to get you, is part of why the Fates like the gambling family in my lore.
The editor of
This
the
is
Journal
sick.
Post also receives a phone
I'm glad
call.
that my world
But this
building
time,
matches
caller
with the
is a woman.
IRL, like,
She tells the editor that the story in the
1920s era that
paper
it was
is wrong.
kind of based off
Roland
of.
Owen will not be buried in a pauper's grave. Arrangements have been made for his funeral.
Who are you? Who's calling?
Never mind. I know what I'm talking about.
What happened to Owen at the hotel?
Seems
He
way too
got
mafia
into a
coded
jam.
now. Oh, exactly. Oh, exactly.
Just as the man on the
Like I said, like it's just been unfolding the fucking red carpet down the vibe that I love here. So I had a feeling I was on the right track with my, like, romance, drama, murder.
first call promised Mr. McGilly. 20 days later, the funeral home receives a special delivery. A letter carefully addressed using a pen and ruler. Enclosed is $25 in cash. And this isn't the only anonymous delivery. 13 American Beauty roses are sent to the funeral. The florist who delivers
So the
them is
lady
instructed to include a card. It contains just the words,
paid for
Love
it.
forever, Louise.
Damn, brother. Holy shit. Okay. So she let it be the, like, she let it become the I knew he was trouble the minute he walked into my office. Like, become the fucking, the one that got away, the one that never accepted what it became, so it became a tragedy. Fucking Romeo and Juliet style. That's fucking crazy.
Roland T. Owen is buried in
Like, you
Memorial
could
Park
almost make a
Cemetery instead of in a
goddamn,
pauper's grave.
like, novel about
Police
this.
detectives are the only pallbearers. Expecting the man or Louise to show up, other officers disguise themselves as gravediggers and watch the cemetery for
Why would
days. In the end, no one shows up to the
Bruh.
funeral. No one visits the grave. The phone calls and the cash deliveries are impossible to trace. Despite a new theory being pushed in newspapers that this was a lover's quarrel gone wrong, the investigators don't buy it. They're once again at a loss. For almost 2 years, the trail goes cold, until a certain woman randomly stumbles on a curious newspaper article titled The Mystery of Room Number 1046.
The mother.
This is Ruby Ogletree. She's looking at an article published in the American Weekly in May 1935. The article features a photo of a dead man, a man she recognizes immediately.
Oh,
the scar in his head is
shit.
unmistakable. She remembers him getting it from a grease burn as a child. It's her
his-
son, Artemis
Oh,
Ogletree,
fuck.
who at the time of his death
They
was
found
only
it,
17
finally.
years old. The article claims he was
He
murdered
was
over a year ago in
17?
January. The question is, if her son is really dead, then who's been writing to her all this time? In April of
Lucille.
1934,
Lucille
Artemis left
has
his
been-
hometown
she's
of
been
Birmingham, Alabama
hiding
to
it.
hitchhike across the country
She didn't want the
with a
mother
friend
to be in
named Joe
pain.
Simpson.
Oh,
In
maybe
late
Joe,
January
too.
1935, Ruby receives a letter from her son.
Wait, is Joe the dude in the brown jacket? Is Joe the fucking guy in the brown jacket? I think he might be.
It's been a few weeks since he last wrote. His previous letters were always simple, telling her about his latest job prospects, his next destination, and the friends he was traveling with.
I think that fellow I told you about was going to open a business and give me half interest in it has definitely made up his mind to open in the spring. He's about the best friend I have. He has a big Cadillac. We are going to Excelsior Springs next week in it.
Artemis always wrote by hand. His writing was straightforward, with little exaggeration and few flourishes. But this letter is different. Ruby notices that it was written using a typewriter. As far as she knows, her son never learned how to type. But the letter says otherwise.
I still practice on the typewriter when I get a chance. The big typewriter companies have branches in all large towns where you can practice all you want to.
It's plausible that he could have learned, but it does strike her as suspicious. Reading the letter further, she finds out about his grand plans to head to New York, inspired by a conversation with a sailor.
I was talking to a fellow the other day. He just got back from Europe, worked his way across and back on a big freighter.
He implies that he wants to travel the world and head for Europe, but first he has to make it to New York. Conveniently, he gets a chance to do just that.
A man wants me to drive him and his family to New York.
The letter ends with a strange handwritten postscript.
P.S. Don't worry about Artemis. Sorry to learn he's not coming home. Lem.
That's her, I think.
Ruby receives the next letter several weeks later, this time from New York. Apparently, Artemis had driven the man, who he now identifies as Mr. Jordan, to the city. Jordan then helped him get a job, but it didn't work out. What stands out most to her is the letter's outlandish detail and unusual slang.
I got poisoned on something I ate at some dump. I was laid up for a few days, and my stomach pained me a lot, but I finally got over that. Then I caught the flu and had to go to bed for almost 9 weeks, and I guess I was pretty sick.
This is inconsistent. Elsewhere, he claims to have only been in New York for 6 weeks. After making excuses for not writing sooner, Artemis expands on his plans to work on a freighter.
I think that I'll be leaving here in a few days to go on across.
I think this is just a big manufactured bullshit trail of, like, letters to make the mom think that he left for good and not that he got fucking moidoid.
Across the big pond. I understand it takes almost a month to get across, and maybe a few more weeks to unload the ship at different ports.
He includes the address of a post office in Paris, telling his mother to send her letters to him there.
I sure want to see Paris, so I'll be heading that way all the time.
But shortly after, Ruby receives another letter from New York.
Well, I joined the freighter for the trip across, and they have put me to work already.
Confirming his departure, he clarifies one last detail.
I decided not to send my heavy coat home.
In the previous letter, he had written that he might send his winter clothes home to her. It's a curious detail. A coat also disappeared from the scene of the crime.
Oh,
The signature on this final letter is once again typewritten. Artemis.
I wonder if it was...
Ruby Ogletree doesn't hear from her son
lady
for another
took
4 months. Then,
as
one day in
like
August,
a-
she receives a phone call from
like
a
a
man with a
memento
familiar
mori.
name. Mr. Godfrey Jordan.
Oh, hello.
Ruby has a 45-minute phone call with her son's mysterious benefactor. Jordan tells her that he's just left Artemis in Cairo, Egypt, where they had met while Jordan was traveling through the Holy Land. Another inconsistency. Mr. Jordan supposedly met Artemis in New York.
Yeah.
Now he's claiming they met somewhere halfway around the world. According to him, the two formed a life-and-death bond when Artemis saved him from a band of thugs. To repay him, Jordan says he gave Artemis money and arranged for his passage home through Paris and London.
What?
The Newcastle Sun reports that he also claimed Artemis married a wealthy woman in Cairo and was doing well.
Oh,
Conveniently,
Why
he
did
even has
give
an
him a
explanation
way
for the
back
typewritten
like that?
letters. Apparently, Artemis lost his right thumb during the fight for Jordan's life. Because of this injury, he could no longer hold a pen to write. This also doesn't make much sense. Why would he have started typing in New York even though he only lost his thumb in
Yeah.
Cairo?
Yeah,
Ruby
no.
is understandably alarmed by the call. Jordan assures her that Artemis is fine and will be home for Christmas. He urges her
Full
not to
fucking
worry about
shit.
not
Call
hearing
the
from her
cops
son.
immediately.
But she doesn't buy it. The story simply seems too outlandish, so she begins an investigation of her own. First, she contacts the American Consul General in Cairo. She details her call with Jordan and asks them to find her son. The consul replies a few weeks later. They are unable to find any trace of him.
What the fuck?
Then she writes to the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, asking for any information. 10 days later, Hoover
Nothing.
replies. A search of the Bureau files has failed to disclose any information about her son.
Because he never left.
She
he never
also
went
writes to the
anywhere.
Department
he
of
was
State
an
to
unknown
inquire about
individual
Artemis's
that got,
passport.
Like, disposed of
No
with an
record is
unknown
found
name.
of such a document ever being issued to him, meaning legally, he couldn't have traveled to Egypt. Making no progress with her inquiries, she has one last hope, that her son will make his way home for Christmas. But despite Jordan's promise, Artemis never shows up. Desperate, Ruby makes a last-ditch effort to find her son. She sends a letter to the president, Franklin D. Roosevelt.
I'm sorry. I really don't fucking know why, but when he said president, my brain like autofilled before it popped up what president it was, just Barack Obama here, and I had to fucking like break myself out of that for a minute, be like, no, Jinx, that was way too long ago to be Obama.
It contains a photo, a description, and a mother's plea.
I fear he has fallen into the hands of some gang, or something has happened to him. I simply must find some trace of him.
Her letter to the White House is forwarded to the FBI. 8 days later, she again receives a response from FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover.
Please be advised that this photograph is being retained in the files here for future reference. Regarding your son, you'll be promptly notified.
The picture she sent isn't linked to the murder in Kansas City.
Damn.
Things don't fall into place for Ruby until she sees her dead son in that article
and
10
then she
months
knows,
later.
Yeah. Chapter 4, The Suspects.
The identification of Roland T. Owen as Artemis Ogletree breathes new life into the investigation. With the victim's real name, the detectives are able to retrace his steps. They discovered that for several months he had stayed at a third place in Kansas City, the St. Regis Hotel. There, he checked in with a companion, a man who signed the register as Donald Kelso.
Is this the dude in the
presumably
brown jacket?
The Don.
Yeah.
In 1937, there finally seems to be a break in the case. A man is arrested in New York. A career criminal who is known to have used Donald Kelso as an alias before. A man who served time in a psychiatric ward in Artemis's hometown of Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh, fuck.
A man convicted of a murder in New York that had striking similarities to the Ogletree killing.
Well, it seems like a lot of dominoes seem to be falling into place
He'd shot
right
his
now.
roommate, dismembered him, and attempted to ship the nude body to Memphis in a steamer truck.
Brother.
His real name is Joseph Ogden.
His fucking brother?
Police Chief Otto Higgins decides that the case is...
My God. But how does this relate to the lady? Huh?
have too many things in common for it to be a coincidence. To prove the connection, the police send samples of Joseph Ogden's handwriting in the hotel register to the FBI. But the tests are inconclusive. Still, Chief Higgins is convinced that Ogden is the killer. In the minds of the police, the murder is solved.
We have the picture of Joseph Ogden and are satisfied that he is the man known to us as Don Kelso. And the letters written to his
Maybe
mother,
I'm
all
misremembering
check.
our main character's last name, but I swear it was Ogden.
You might call it a mother's intuition. Ruby Ogletree doesn't believe
How is
Ogden
it
is her
getting
son's
more
killer.
Ogletree.
To her,
Sorry, Ogletree and Ogden. Those are different last names, so it's not his brother, but it is someone from his, like, hometown, almost.
the letters and the phone call she received were too personal. They didn't seem like the work of a random gangster, but somebody who knew her son intimately. Someone like his friend Joe Simpson. And Ruby has mentioned her suspicions about Simpson to the police before.
Mrs. Ogletree does not know of anyone her son left Birmingham with except Joe Simpson.
But the detectives have already corresponded with Simpson by letter. He claimed that he traveled with Artemis to Los Angeles, where they split up, never to meet again. Less than a month after Higgins writes that he's satisfied Ogden is the killer, Ruby writes to him again, urging him to look into Simpson.
I really do believe Joe Simpson can give us some real information, if you could only make him talk.
But the detectives ignore her suspicions.
I
In their
wouldn't
eyes,
have. I
his
was
alibi
sus of
doesn't
Joe
warrant
from
further
the
investigation.
instant that he was the one that
So
left,
Ruby
but he
continues
wasn't,
her
like,
investigation
anywhere in the
alone,
story.
determined to find an answer. Her first lead is a letter Joe Simpson had sent after it became public knowledge that Artemis was the victim in the mysterious murder in room 1046. In it, he told the same story he had presented to the police.
I was horrified to read of the atrocious slaying of your son. Artemis was a good boy, and I'm sure he wasn't involved in anything illegitimate. If there's anything I can do to aid in the solving of this case, I will be very glad to help.
This thoughtful gesture also contained an interesting postscript.
P.S. Artemis and I left Birmingham alone, only two of us.
If true, this means that Simpson was the only person on record to have seen Artemis alive before he re-emerged under different aliases in Kansas City. Ruby becomes even more suspicious when she finds out Simpson had failed to visit her while in Birmingham for work. He'd promised to do so multiple times. Clearly, he's avoiding her for some reason. She wants to speak to him face to face, so she hunts him down.
Hell yeah.
Ruby, her husband, and a friend track Simpson to the house of one of his friends, Bill Hogan. Simpson's car is parked in the street, so Mr. Ogletree goes to look for him, leaving his wife and her friend behind. It takes over an hour for Joe and his friend Bill to come outside. All five sit in the Ogletree's cramped car together.
I said to Joe, well, 5 years are a long time for one to keep trying to see one. I had been told he did not intend to see me at all.
Joe tells Ruby that he had only avoided seeing her because he was afraid she would cry. It seems to her that Joe answers her questions very carefully. Mostly, he claims not to remember.
Carefully?
But a few key things stand out to her. The first is Simpson's voice and speech patterns. During her call with Godfrey Jordan, she had noticed a specific verbal tic. He repeatedly prefaced his sentences with,
"You see,"
or,
"You see, it's like this."
Sitting in the car now, Joe says something that sets alarm bells ringing.
You see, Artemis told me he wanted to go to Africa.
Right after, his friend Bill corrects him, saying,
Egypt.
Why would he correct him? Was it a slip-up? And how would these boys know about the Egypt lie she was told on the phone? The longer she hears his voice,
the world is spinning
the more
in her
confident she
head,
becomes.
man. This is good camera work.
Finally, she confronts Joe directly.
I looked Joe square in the eyes and I told him I would know the voice that talked to me from Memphis.
Sitting closely together in the car, his physical reaction is difficult to hide.
Yeah.
He turned red, dropped his eyes, and was nervous.
When the investigation comes up, she notes a curious shift in Joe's demeanor. She says that Kansas City's chief of police called the murder in room 1046 the perfect crime. At that, Joe seems to become cocky. He laughs and says,
It is. They'll never get the ones who killed him.
Mirth is a strange reaction to your friend's death. Ruby then mentions that her son was found nude, without any of his clothes or even his shoes. Once again, Joe just laughs and says,
They were mine.
He goes on to explain that he and Artemis had gotten kicked out of a hotel and slept in a park together. There, Artemis's shoes were stolen off his feet. The claim raises questions about the story that they had parted ways in LA, because Ruby remembers a crucial detail. Artemis had wired her about buying a new pair, and the wire had been sent from Kansas City, Missouri. If Joe remembers Artemis needing new shoes, it's likely the boys were together in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Then Joe implies that he couldn't have been with Artemis because he was in high school during that time in 1935. But Ruby sees in the school's records that Joe was expelled for poor attendance on January 2, 1935, the same day Artemis checked into the President Hotel. The records also show that Joe had been absent from school for a total of 21.5 days, meaning that he also could have been absent in the days before the murder.
Yeah.
Finally, Joe claims to have stayed in touch with Artemis after they split
Your
up.
record's
He
catching up
promises
with you,
Ruby he'll
buddy.
send her a letter he received from Artemis. A letter he claims
was badly typed.
Ruby knows all the letters Artemis would have sent while he was with Joe were handwritten. The letters she'd received from the imposter after her son's death weren't public knowledge.
Not to mention, he was only supposed to have typed things once he lost his thumb in Egypt.
Why does
Sorry,
Joe claim that
Africa.
Artemis used a typewriter? Did he receive a letter from the same imposter? Or is he himself the imposter?
He is the imposter. I
Talking
was
with the
sus of
boy,
him from
Joe
the beginning
Simpson,
of him
I
leaving.
was reasonably convinced that he is the person that talked to me 7 months after my son was killed.
Ruby never receives a letter from Joe after their meeting. When he fails to deliver on his promise, she writes up their entire conversation in detail and reports it to the Kansas City Police Department. But Joe is never prosecuted for the murder of her son. More than a decade passes. The murder in room 1046 is still unsolved. Then, in 1950, the FBI analyzes the handwriting samples from Joseph Ogden and Don Kelso again. This time, they come to a definitive conclusion. The handwriting doesn't match.
Similar, but
Ogden
not
was most
enough,
likely not the killer.
I guess.
Donald Kelso is never
Question
identified.
mark.
The
Fuck.
case goes cold once again, until a final mysterious phone call is made, over 50 years
Is it
later.
the lady again? The librarian.
Dr. John Horner is a researcher and librarian at the Kansas City Public Library. He claims that one day he receives an anonymous phone call from out of state. The caller recounts clearing out the possessions of an elderly person who had recently died. Among the things they found was a box. Inside was a collection of newspaper clippings about the murder of Roland T. Owen.
Oh,
But
fuck.
there's more. The box
was the
also
old lady,
contained
wasn't it? She
something
passed
mentioned
away.
in the newspaper stories. Horner asks
the
what the item is,
jacket?
but the caller refuses to identify it.
It's the fucking
Without giving
jacket,
her name,
dude.
the caller
It's
hangs
the
up
memento
and
mori. That was
disappears.
her belongings. It was her Damn, bro. Okay, I was right. She took the jacket as a memento mori. And then I think she ended up just dying of old age because that was 50 years after all of the other events. And I think that they realized that they had the jacket that was... Ooh. Ooh, okay. Intriguing. That was sick as hell. That was really, really interesting. I can take off my detective hat now. There we go. Alrighty. And now that we've got our brains in detective mode here, it's time for some Lancer Super Soldiers, bitches. So let me get this bad boy going. Pop on some background tunes for just a moment here while we get everything rocking and rolling. I also need to pop into 2D mode, so I should do that. Bow. 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 Okay. Let's get some comms rolling as well, why don't we, while the game's all loading up and everything.
Hello.
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 Alrighty. Bam, 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 bam. Invite. Bam, bam, bam. We'll set that to invite. Always takes forever to load the damn table because of all the fucking objects. God, why can't things just load it beyond light speed like in Lancer? When does the OmniNet drop, guys? Setting the capture over to pick it up as well, real quick. Blink. Can't you get information from the future too? That's the benefit of faster than light speed is, yes, technically it does also allow shit from the future. That's kind of how Horus does what Horus does. Or at least part of it at bare minimum. Horus is kind of like a anonymous, like, we are Legion, forgive and forget, expecto patronum type of vibe, but like decentralized even more so because they're decentralized through fucking time. Also, that is still by far one of my, like, favorite memes to this day, despite how, like, dumb it is. That stupid, like, anonymous, we are anomalous, we are region, forgive and forget, expecto patronum. I think it was you that showed that to me in, like, high school, Whiskey.
Oh, yeah. I remember when I wanted to be elite hacker.
Me too. I've told that story a few times, and then I explained that the fucking thing that got me and prevented me from being able to do so was the fact that learning another language, like in, like, speaking and shit, is difficult with dyslexia. Learning an entirely other fucking, like, coding language is like that on crack. Let me crank around the music a little bit here, get us to something a little less combat-y sounding. Yeah, I like this one. Alright. Where we left off in the last broadcast here, the super soldier team had just managed to take on a dastardly level of a fight, taking on the Big Iron, a orbital scale energy cannon that was installed here on the planet of Epista, which had since been found and retrofitted into the sort of Notch Gang headquarters by Texas Red and the Notches. And upon successfully charging an Apocalypse Rail all the way to full charge, and blasting the ever-loving fuck out of said orbital scale weapon, Texas Red had to come out and face you himself, rather than attempting to blast down your ship from afar. After a heated bout of fights, and nearly a death on one of the super soldiers' sides, as Repost's new Cambion mech that they had sort of retrofitted in anger at the ambush that Texas Red had pulled on the crew, had overheated and detonated its reactor, leaving her stranded out in the open, with a Mjolnir cannon spinning in Texas Red's chest, which had about 4 rounds loaded in it. Unloading them on Repost, noticing the squishy and easy target, somehow, some way, almost through feral strength as they all unloaded on her, she rolled a 6 on her down and out check, providing her the capability to shrug off death by inches, and maintaining herself upright and on the ground in the fight. To which Texas Red exclaimed, "What the hell are you guys? Or what the hell are you guys made of?" And her only response, almost through, like, gritted adrenaline teeth, were the super soldiers, before the resulting flame from a secondary shot of the Apocalypse Rail consumed his last words before they were able to be heard. Upon his defeat, a strange individual tapped directly into the SSC comms. No identifying indicators, only identifying themselves as SSC High Command, and claimed that a new requirement of the mission had just become available, or just, like, become added. There was a biocapsule somewhere within this base that was to be collected by the super soldiers and returned to SSC High Command, no questions asked. Upon going to the marked location on their comms, they found a small cryo capsule, only about maybe 2 to 3 feet tall and 1.5 to 2 feet around, sort of cylindrical. And upon inspection and opening of it for a moment to see the contents, it was revealed to be a young girl, no older than maybe 7, who seemed to have some strange, progressing, degenerative in some ways. It's a strange mutation or disease of some kind, that almost seemed to have completely turned nearly a third of her body from the left side into machinery, mechanical components. And it was pretty obvious that she had been placed in this biocapsule to prevent the spread further and to keep her alive. The final thing being seen as the session ended was the capsule being reclosed and a small engraving kind of scratched into the metal on the side that read, "Lucille, my sweet baby." With that, we return to the super soldiers. What exactly do you all want to do, as you know that with the mission completed, you can likely get a quick ride back to Coldwater if need be by hopping aboard Callista and I guess your technically vessel that you used to get to this planet originally, and it would cut down your travel time infinitely, basically. Or do you want to push forward a little further without returning to somewhere of SSC control and make your way back manually?
I didn't really hear that last bit. I think you cut out there.
I said, do you want to make your way through or back to the city kind of like lickety-split, like within a day, by getting in touch with Callista and calling in the ship to make it quick and easy?
Yeah, I heard that part.
Or do you want to continue out into the desert and return on foot, perhaps buying a little bit more time before returning to a place that is directly under SSC control? As I know we spoke a little off-stream about unsureness on how much you wanted to cooperate with that final objective that you were given by High Command. So if you want to delay being in a spot where SSC is in control, then you can make your way back manually and risk possible encounters along the road. Or you can do it like that, just by calling the ship over, hopping up, and then riding it for a few hours back.
I'm gonna look over to Tungsten.
Yes.
If we call Callista over, she's gonna need to either tell us who the fuck contacted us so that we can get in contact with them, or she's gonna need to tell us some answers before we hand that little girl over.
I mean, knowing kind of their type, it might be a no answers given sort of thing, considering the anonymity of this figure that told us to deliver it post haste.
I know, but we are the ones with the package here. We have a little more
They're the one
sway.
with a giant corporation behind them. They could easily just be like, hey, these guys are, mutinying and not complying, and then next thing you know, we're in shackles, getting put in jail for something that, not us.
I don't think they'd do something to that scale. Let's keep in mind, and Repost realizes at this point, as she, taps the side, of, one of the, whatchamacallit, the camera lenses, that she just kind of carries around that normally the, tertiary arm would carry, but she kind of keeps in, a little, what's the word for it? Almost like a GoPro chest mount when she doesn't have that tertiary arm. And she looks down, and it's at this point that she realizes at some point between the "We're the super soldiers" line and now, her stream has been disconnected. But she does say, kind of as she notices this, she does say, I don't think they'll lock us up per se. We are kind of public figures. We're a bit of a poster boy for the company currently.
I mean, I
Locking
don't know.
us up-
I'm just
Well,
throwing out
they'll
worst case
do
scenario.
something for sure, but I think we might be
But-
able to have a little bit more pull than just a random mercenary. Especially if we can swing it in a way that it seems like it would be bad for the company.
And I feel like Callista, she's our handler. She might understand a little bit. I'm hoping. It's
She
giving
might
her a lot of
understand, but she's not the only SSC agent on the ship. That's my only worry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I am personally under the... I think we should maybe head back on foot. Though a little bit more dangerous, but we might be able to get some better answers if we make it to Coldwater, and maybe possibly the mayor knows something, because him and Texas Red had some connections.
Yeah, he
So
didn't tell us the full details. Arizona?
Yeah, they patch in through the comms. They're maintaining outside, kind of like roaming in misfortune, just making sure that no other threats come up. They're just kind of maintaining a perimeter.
Do you know anything about a pod with a child in it that Texas Red would carry around?
A pod with a child in it? No, I mean, I just... If it's something about Texas Red, keep in mind, I only was put down here by IPSN to try and deal with him after he became a problem. I've gained a little bit of info over the time that I've been here, but you're gonna have to talk to the mayor for most of that.
Yep, okay. Yep, mayor's gonna be the best option here, so... Both of your mechs are destroyed, which is...
Yes. Which means your mech is a size 1/2, so if you were a size 1, I would say that we would both be able to, like, climb onto it and, like, ride yours. But,
I was gonna say if we could hitch a ride with Arizona.
Oh yeah, I guess Arizona, I didn't even think about that. There's space to... They don't have the expanded... Actually, do they have the expanded compartment? Let me double check, because they might actually have that. NPC roster, because I got them over here. Oh wait, no, they're an NPC roster. That's not something that NPCs get. But at bare minimum, their mech is big enough that it can be climbed onto and sort of like rode the way that someone would ride in the back of like a pickup truck or whatever. So that will actually speed up travel, because I was gonna say it was gonna turn a 3-day travel into a 5-day travel. But if we're making our way back on foot, which Repost is gonna agree to as well. Repost is like, she's kind of become fidgety ever since that, like, ever since she realized that they cut off the stream as well in this last chunk. And she's like tapping a foot and kind of like scraping one finger, or like her pointer finger's fingernail against the like bottom of her thumb where her thumbprint is. Just that like nervous twitch of like thinking and like not liking the thought processes that she's having to go through. But travel begins anew, earnest, and you all make your way out for the day. Now, again, this is going to be a random encounter possibility roll here. Now, while the big iron may be dealt with, you still don't want a 1 on this planet that we're on currently. So whoever is feeling lucky, if you would like to roll a d6 for me. I could roll it if you were feeling lucky.
I don't know, I'm scared. But I can roll.
Okay. Four. Okay. On a 4 to 5, uneventful. So the day goes by without issue. You can see a few far distant storms on some of the more flatter plains areas, and you're very careful to keep an eye on them and make sure that they're not getting closer, but none of them are. They all seem to be passing by uneventfully. No ill, no good. The evening comes along. What I will say is, as the sort of imminent main threat danger on this planet has been dealt with, there will not need to be a roll for nighttime. So if any of you have anything that you wish to do with a rest, I don't know if there's any, like, not quite a downtime move, but, what's the word for it? The one of us who still has a mech currently, if you want to spend any repairs or anything like that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was actually gonna go look at
on a rest, I believe, let me just triple check here, because I've got it right here. Rest. I believe you heal half of your pilot's HP as well if your pilot is injured. Let me double check that. 2. Yes, half of the pilot's HP may be restored during a rest. Everything else is related to the mechs. So I go from 1 HP to... So I grab my damn sheet again. There it is. Fine. Back up to, I guess, half of 7, rounded up would be 4, so I go to 5 out of 7 health. I'll take that. That's a functional amount of health.
7. I'm sorry.
No, you actually kind of that one was actually fucking funny. Like, I was not ready for that. I was like, you know what's funnier than 24? 25. Okay. But the night goes uneventfully. The next day begins, unless anyone wants to do any roleplay stuff. I will mention a large chunk of tonight's session will be open to roleplay as you have completed a big objective. You're pretty much going to be returning back to Coldwater to finish up tying up loose ends there, and then returning back to the main planet, where you're of the city of freaking... my brain is blanking. What the hell was the word? The city of Valor. Where the original sort of crew was established.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, go ahead.
I would like to,
you've got time to do things through like comms and communications and stuff throughout the day if you want to.
Could I possibly put my feelers out for like something that... Because with Lucille,
yes.
Did it look like an affliction, or was it more like...
Continue, what were you saying?
Yeah, I just want to try to suss out, like, have I heard anything? Can I maybe call in, see if there's anybody who has an idea of, like... Why would a little girl just be like, or why would somebody be fucking meched up, if you will, chromed out?
Yeah, I will allow you to make a word on the street skill check, just kind of checking through comms and like communicating with someone in Coldwater, etc., that's like doing what they're doing and whatnot. What was your question?
Doesn't he have a scientist friend that he he stood in front of a laser beam and got shot?
Yeah, I unfortunately I already cashed in that ticket when we were at the
kaiju fight, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will say that he is an individual that you've communicated with, and he is like because he's a weapons engineer, if I remember correctly, right? It was another...
Yeah.
So, I mean, he is an engineer, he's not exactly a scientist, but you do know him. You could try and contact him, because he's on the, or no, he wouldn't be on the ship, but... Yeah, so, I mean, I would say if anyone in the party has an OmniNet terminal, then you can patch into the OmniNet and interact with him at this distance. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait until you get back to Coldwater. Otherwise, I will still allow a, like, if you want him specifically, that's just for him to be, like, helpful. If you want to make this check just straight through, like, calling into Coldwater and talking with, like, whoever you can get in touch with there and stuff like that, that is possible. It is going to be a heroic check, which will need a 20 for success, 20 or higher.
Okay.
Just through the game of telephone of trying to communicate with someone at long distance and uncover info that no one, or at least not many people seem to know.
Yeah. I'll do that, yeah.
Okay.
Because, yeah, unfortunately I don't have word on the street, but I'll give it the old college try. See if
it's gonna be
something magical will happen. All right, come on, baby, nat 20.
Wait, you've got a +1 to this?
Don't I add grit?
No, grit does not get added to skill checks. That's something that me and Karnyx found out somewhat recently.
Aha. Well, still,
yeah.
Fucking no.
Unfortunately, you kind of like call into the area and you get in touch with a few people at like the bar, but no one asking around seems to know anything about that, unfortunately.
What? Tell me this planet of people who, you know, work with, you know, nothing, practically nothing would have, but no. Okay. That's me.
You got any calm things you want to attempt? Shipwreck, or?
Yeah, why not? I'll try to contact... no, yeah, I'm half tempted to try to contact the mayor.
I will say you can attempt to contact the mayor through the comms and stuff. It's gonna be a heroic one as well. It's not gonna be heroic because you're contacting someone in specific, and Wanderer probably has like comms with him, has his number in case of emergency. Okay. But it is going to be a difficult check, which means you're gonna have a difficulty on this, due to the fact that you're trying to kind of talk with him through the radio on sensitive subjects.
I was gonna say, maybe stuff like that, maybe we should just wait till we get and see him physically.
Yeah.
You guys don't have to take advantage of these opportunities to do the comms. It's just, like, you guys had like 24 hours basically just go by almost, so I wanted to give you a chance to do anything that you would have done in that time frame.
But don't let me stop you though.
Yeah, I guess we'll just try to contact the mayor ahead of time, because you can see Shipwreck is agitated from the all of a sudden mission change and the fact that we kind of just murdered this little girl's parent. But you could see that he's kind of agitated and is trying to just contact ahead of time.
I mean, also to be fair, he was trying to murder a lot of other people and almost succeeded on a couple occasions at murdering you. But yeah, I guess maybe not you, but the others. But yeah, so it'll be a difficult check, which means you'll have a difficulty inbuilt on this. I will allow you to add your reputation in Coldwater to this check.
Oh,
if you would like to. As you're essentially playing off of the trust of the mayor in this situation.
Because I have a +2 reputation in this.
So that'll be +2 reputation on that. Do you have a specific skill trigger that you have in mind? Because the only one I'm thinking of is Word on the Street.
don't, sadly, and I don't have word on the street.
Okay.
Actually,
what I will say is this isn't going to be a heroic check anymore. It's just a difficult check.
Would read a situation count?
Read out what that says.
Look for subtext, motives, or threats in a situation or a person.
I could see that. Yeah, I'll allow that.
Okay, that's another +2.
So you'll have a difficulty +2, and then +2 from your rep. So that'll be a difficulty and then +4.
Yep. All right, let's do this. Well,
that's a 2.
That's a nat 1.
It was a nat 1. Or no, it was a nat 1 -3 +4. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I think you get in touch with him. What do you say when they, like, finally get the comms link, like, established with him? How do you open the conversation?
I'm guessing poorly. I am, like, I am jittering. I'm like, what the fuck is this capsule that Texas Red had that my fucking command decided was so important that it why is a little girl in a capsule? Basically,
I think
kind of
he like kind of looks over, and Wander's like thing here, this isn't like normal comms connection, this is like a direct comm link to someone. So there is like live video that kind of pops up on like the side or on like both sides, and like he kind of pops up initially and he's just kind of like looking at you just like like with a bit of like it's the saviors, and then your expression drops that to a kind of like flat face with the jaw slightly open, and then your way that you start the conversation, his eyes like literally kind of widen in fear even at the distance, and the jaw like slowly drops open a little more, and he just like, as you're saying all of that, slowly reaches forward and just hits the end call button.
God damn it! Fuck!
I think he came off a little too harsh there, buddy. Repost just says as she pats like the back of your mech.
We need to get to Coldwater, and he's gonna give us some information, or we're...
Oh, don't worry.
I just storm off.
I've got a plan. I am going to... Oh, hello? Check, 1, 2.
No, I was saying I storm off, and then you say
okay.
I got a plan. I immediately stop, like frozen.
She is going to say... Now, one way or another, if we don't get information, it just so happens that I'm good at gathering it, no matter what. And she kind of, like, taps, like, part of her neural bridge, kind of like a nod towards her hacking capabilities. And she goes, if they don't give us answers, then I'm gonna spend a little bit of time when we get back to Valor sticking my nose where it doesn't really belong, trying to figure out where it might be in SSC servers that I can find out about this.
I will absolutely help you as much as I can if we don't get any information.
Unfortunately, I think it may be best for me to do this as a single individual unless you've got some good systems going on, because this is less about a physical thing and more about me trying to get in through all their digital stuff on the OmniNet. So I think I'll mostly just be in my room for the most part. Like, I'm not going anywhere, but I gotta do a little bit of delving if we don't get something that I'm okay with here, because I know we're the super soldiers, but I fight for one thing, and that's hope. I'm not about to be some individual that delivers anything but that. And she just kind of like, she doesn't walk away, but she just like turns back to her own little sort of like staring out into the mid-distance, looking at the heads-up display from the neural bridge. She's gonna take this time to attempt to make she's gonna attempt to make some sort of like worm code that when like uploaded into a server specifically searches for any mention of the name Lucille. So this will be a hacker fix. I only have a +2 to this, but I will give it a go. This isn't going to be a risky thing. There's no like obvious consequence if I just make code that doesn't work. It is going to be difficult though, because I'm trying to do this without being on an OmniNet terminal. I'm trying to like basically make like a notepad hack. Notepad document vibes. So I'll just rotate this bad boy around. 1 difficulty, 2 statistic bonus. Let's see what I can do here. That's a 7. So yeah, I don't think she gets anywhere this day doing that. The second day arrives unless you've got something in specific you want to do, Tungsten.
No.
Okay. Who would like to roll the random encounter possibility for this day?
I'll roll it this time.
That means I get to roll it on the last one.
1d6?
Yep. You just don't want a 1 or a 2. 1 is really bad, 2 is kind of bad. That's a 3.
Oh, a 3.
Exact same outcome as last time. No good, no bad. Rides the line. There's like one point where there's kind of like a not a storm in the distance, but as we're all kind of walking along, like a massive fucking like antlion pit opens up just a little bit behind you, Inherited Fire, but because you're in your mech, you're like kind of trailing ahead enough and agile enough that you basically kind of set off the trap but are already past its effect by the time it goes off, and now the trap is set off so we know it's there and we avoid it. That is that day. And the evening comes about once more. I'm gonna attempt the same thing. I'm gonna keep trying to work on that code package if I can. Even if it's something that'll, like, I'm making it specific. Like, it's probably gonna only be a one-time use thing when I make it, but it'll be good at what it does. That's a -1, so it's not gonna be good at what it does. Anyone else doing anything on this day? As like I just like get halfway through trying to type out this little like thing, because there will be one more day after this of travel before we return to Agua Cold Water. Can't let the mask slip on that, even though I already did once.
Well, Freudian slip now.
No, I just got set to Spanish mode by accident for a minute. Anything that you could do, like, base level line without, like, too many tools and whatnot. Hell, you probably do even have some tools on you, like hack or fix / invent / create. You've always got the little, like, gear on you for that stuff. As long as it's nothing too crazy, obviously.
I mean, yeah, I don't really have anything off the top of my dome that at least nothing that I can think of that'll
no
help
worries.
me out.
The final day arrives. I'll roll this evil d6 over here.
Well.
Okay.
Why'd you have to roll the evil d6?
You know, sometimes things happen. At least it's not a 1, which means it's not a storm. But as and this, because the majority of individuals in this current situation, or at least half, which will round up to majority, of the individuals in this current situation are not in mechs currently. This will be a sequence that happens narratively still. So, as we all are kind of crossing that last little gap towards cold water, there's a moment where all of the people are kind of slowly making their way just outside the city, and they're cheering us from a distance. You can hear kind of the beginnings of the cacophony. They're waving their hands in the air and shouting, cupping their hands around their mouth and stuff like that. Everyone in the party, go ahead and give me a spot check.
Oh, okay. +6 with me.
I gotta double check mine. I also do not have spots.
Oh shit, but I rolled a nat 20. Okay.
I got a 13.
I got a 21.
Okay.
Wow.
So
just had to go and one up me.
Repost is only able to make out at one point the word "you," and she's like, "Yeah, we did it." The rest of you kind of pick up as a bit of an echo is caught by some rock in the nearby vicinity and sends just enough clarity of the sort of voice into your ears as you hear "behind you."
Oh no.
And you kind of those of you who hear it turn around, and as you turn, you spot kind of coming from a bit of a distance this small pack of animals, ones that you haven't run into yet before. They're maybe 2 to 3 feet tall, cylindrical. No, maybe 2 to 3 feet tall, and they're small raptors, like dinosaurs, but they have a sort of sandy coloration to them, as this does appear to be their natural habitat, as a rust raptor pack has just now entered the scene, and it is a little squad of them. Now I will just drop down. Oh, I guess I don't. I guess I do have a squad. A squad kind of disperses over a small area like this just for visual purposes. We're not really laying out too much of a map here because this is a narrative sequence. But you can see coming rapidly from a slight distance behind this pack of these raptors, kind of creating almost like a Looney Tunes Roadrunner dust cloud wake behind them. They're approaching rapidly. So it is a narrative sequence. Players always take action, and consequences only come if your roll is poor.
Can I hit them with my mech weapons?
If you in your mech want to run up and use your mech weapon, yes. This is still a narrative sequence, so it will. The only thing that will matter is whether or not you succeed or fail on the attack roll. And if you succeed, you'll still do damage. If you fail, then you will. What's the word for it? Then consequences will happen, similar to doing a skill check. Now, what I will say is, there is a trait that you need to know about if you are running up and attacking a pack. Where is it? Undersize. Individual units of a pack can easily duck around attacks or behind cover, but the sheer force of mech-scale weapons limits how effectively they can be shielded. A squad always has soft cover, even out in the open, but it cannot benefit from hard cover. So you will have 1 difficulty on the attack roll if you're running up and attacking them.
Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna buy us time by running up and initiating some combat
basically,
here.
I am pissed already, and seeing these raptors, I immediately Lord stance, because when you may begin any fight in any of this weapon, and I am going to hit, or will try to hit.
Swinging in with the Terashima
I
Club.
Do gain 1 accuracy on the first melee attack made
Yes,
with
all
main
of the
weapons,
traits like
so-
that do still kick in, so definitely make sure you've got all your stuff marked for this.
So instead of having a difficulty, I will have it just a flat roll with this.
Correct, because of your accuracy from the accurate mount. As you kind of close the distance on him and run up.
So yeah, this will just be a flat roll, nothing added. Oh wait, does my grit...
Grit does go to attack rolls, yes.
Okay, yeah. So +2.
Does 13, that's enough to hit.
Okay. This is just 1d6.
Yes, I believe the Lord Stance only has an effect when someone attacks you, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm making sure that if I rolled poorly, I could do something if they attack me.
Okay, the squad does have resistance to all damage from attacks that are not line, cone, burst, or blast. So, because you can only hit so many at a time with a single hit, basically. I was triple checking those because I'm trying to be up and on the situation.
So I get 1.
2, so yeah, resistance is down to 1. They do not have armor. So yeah, you kind of swing in on the raptors as they rush up towards you, and like 2 of them are in the swing and you're like, they're small enough I could probably like home run swing hit 2 of them at once. But the first one that you were going for actually seems to have a little bit of intelligence to it, spots the swing coming and actually skids and slides, intentionally losing its footing to go under the swing. 1 damage taken. Okay, that is a success. I will say that buys time, thematic-wise, to begin a 6-turn countdown of just, like, getting in the city walls, which will successfully deal with these things. No one's gonna stop you from fighting them, but... So that gives the rest of the party a chance to get in towards the interior.
That's if I don't die. I have only 3 fucking HP on 1 structure left.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think repost, let me look at, I have to remind myself what pilot gear right. Because I sold my AC weapon. I do have a medium signature, I could try and make a pot shot their way. I mean, Repost is a little injured still. I don't know if she is. Yeah, she's a little worried about getting hit with some bullshit. So, I guess... cease to be invisible if they take damage. Yeah, she's gonna pop her stealth hardsuit, because it doesn't go away when she attacks. So she's gonna pop the stealth hardsuit, and then she's gonna make an attack to at least make it a little harder for them to shoot at her, like run up and hit her or something like that. So yeah, she just like reaches to the side and pulls this little like, it almost looks like a plasma pistol from Halo, the one, but like a little more like the one that has, like, what's the word for it? It almost looks like a 2-pronged brass knuckle where there's just like 2 prongs, but it shoots out of the top one. I forget if that's the plasma pistol. But she pulls something like that, and it's kind of all colored in her sort of blue, her orange and blue color scheme that she was rocking with her first mech, and is gonna take a shot with it as it sort of like, it's not just like a little pistol, because it does do the like, because this is a medium signature. So range of 5, variable 2. So I guess I just make an attack roll, which will be plus my grits, which is 1. That'll be a 11. That does still hit. So I do 2 points of energy damage to these dudes. And again, same situation, it reduces it by 1, so I managed to just like headshot one of the raptors and it drops to the ground. 2 damage taken. That's not going to tick up the counter for us getting to safety because I'm kind of trying to help, like, also get a little bit of rage out, but if shit gets bad, that progress still stays and we can always retreat. I doubt it'll hit that situation necessarily, but there's always a possibility if we all get knocked out of our mechs. So that is that. It was a success still, so if you want to do something now, Tungsten, narrative-wise, no one's incurred consequences yet.
I mean, I guess I don't really got too much other than...
You could always just run and tick up the counter of, like, us escaping.
Yeah, I'll just... here, I actually... Oh, damn it, I went off my character sheet.
Unfortunately, I didn't have any good pilot gear on my sheet. I only had the frickin' Sylph undersuit, which has given me safety against heat and stuff.
I don't have my frag grenades. Where are my grenades? No, I guess...
They might have been one of the things you sold for a level up.
Yeah. Alright, I'll get rid of my... Or not get rid of... I'll just, yeah, run.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and just give me a get somewhere quickly roll. Nothing too bad. All you need is a 10 for a success.
Well, that's 6.
Unfortunately, you kind of like look for a moment to grab something to help and kind of turn and run, and as you begin to make a slight bit of distance, you weren't looking at your feet right as you turned, and you actually trip over a rock and go poof, right into a cactus. Luckily, it hits you in like the chest rather than the face, so it's in clothing before skin. But you take 1 point of pilot damage. As the other half of the consequence, the Rust Raptors are going to make an attack.
Alright.
There it is.
Bring it.
Bam. So they're gonna... Yeah, they're gonna make a bite with their raptor teeth. So this is something that they are able to make 2 attacks at a time with.
Fuck, alright.
And they have a +2 attack bonus on each of these. First one against you. Does a 10 hit?
Misses.
Second attack. Does a 6 hit you?
Misses.
What does it look like as, like, 2 raptors run up and try and, like, bite down on you, and you manage to avoid their attack?
You just see I see as 2 raptors are coming at me, or like they're jumping at me. I just put my arms out and close rack both of their necks with speed, basically.
Almost like they get within distance, like they would have already been clotheslined, and as they're still moving through the air, you like put the arm between them and then like almost throat chop them with the arm to make it into a clothesline, even though they were too close already, and they both like fucking like flop to the side and kind of skitter back up onto their feet. Like a couple of them just like looks at you with a glare in its eye. Would you like to declare a rival? No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have a raptor that just constantly is following us.
I mean,
I would allow it if you actually wanted to. I would absolutely allow it, but
just a raptor group constantly.
Yeah, it's not the
us.
group. It's that single raptor.
Oh,
or
that's
one of
raptor.
The 2 that you like armbarred.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah,
You're
the one that
the first rival.
Me. Yeah, so
okay.
I'm engaging a raptor as my rival, yes.
The first rival of the super soldiers has been instated. As just a bit of a reminder for people who don't remember what the rivals are. Rivals are something that players can officiate. They can only have one at a time until that, like, story clock sequence that is engaged with the rival comes to an end. But once you have declared a rival, that rival will then, through some means or another, escape from defeats and whatnot, up until you've reached the final battle with them, quote-unquote. They also will show up more often in the future and become a recurring character. Now, the way that rivals work is you engage a clock countdown with a rival. You begin at a you'll begin at a 0, I think, when you engage the rivalry, but every time that you defeat the rival, and defeat is kind of a loose term in this scenario, so it can be combat, it can also be like embarrassing them in front of their like dudes or whatever, things like that. You tick it up by 1. Once the clock has completed, you get to essentially decide how that story ends between you and the rival. Now, it doesn't mean that that character is gone, it just means that them being a rival has shifted. So this can be anything from like enemy to dead because you just wanted them to die finally. It could be enemy to ally. It could be, maybe in this case, depending, enemy to pet, question mark?
Yeah, that's what I was actually thinking.
It's up to you in the end of things, as the person declaring the rival, how their story ends once you have completed their countdown. So, keep that in mind, as this sort of raptor that like side eyes you and locks on to you. You see that it has like a distinct like discoloration around the neck where you have armbarred it, almost like where the rest of the scales and whatnot are kind of a like sandy like gravel rock environment to help them camouflage with this environment. There's almost like a bruised purple stripe that, like, when you hit your nail with, like, a hammer or something hard and it, like, discolors underneath the nail. It seems to have, in that impact, discolored this, like, half ring around its neck. And it looks at you with this glare in its eye, and you watch as it, like, kind of, like, almost makes these weird little raptor noises. And the rest of the pack kind of glance his way and then look towards you. It seems he was in charge of this pack, and you have just annoyed him. However, he is maintaining in the fight, so if you succeed in this encounter and don't just run away from them, this will be the first success in your rival clock. So,
alright.
You have declared a rival, they've made their attacks on you as consequence for a previous roll. Who would like to do something next? Because that was a consequence for, I think, Tungsten's runaway roll.
I believe so, I'll go next again. Because it's back up to, we all took one turn, I'll take
it's narrative-wise, you don't necessarily have to stick to the turn order, but everyone did go, so there's nothing holding you back now.
Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah. We'll use my one prototype weapon use that I rolled.
Okay. That's the like electrified like wrist blade, right, over the back of the hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my electrified wrist blade. Yes.
Go for it.
Limit. Oh, okay, that was just saying the limited charges. Yeah. 1d6. Oh, wait, no, I have to hit with it first. Shit.
Yeah, roll to hit.
Okay.
You're good. Ooh, unfortunately, with an evasion of 8, the rust raptors that you try and swing in on manage to just hop out of the way.
Okay. Shit.
Do keep in mind that when you're attacking the pack, you do have a difficulty as well, if that wasn't in there.
Oh,
because they have soft cover at all times.
Yeah, I forgot that because I wasn't
you know
hitting with
what?
my Terashima
I will allow you to re-roll it since you didn't roll it with the difficulty.
Oh, you're lagging out there.
Hello? Hello? Check, 1, 2. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay. What I was saying is I will allow you, since you didn't roll that with the difficulty, to re-roll that attack in this situation. Since you're dealing with your rival, I don't want to cheat you. I want the rolls to be like full Gucci.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that.
Because in most cases, I just like think of what it would.
Ooh, even worse.
Unfortunate.
So yeah, no, it was
still
faded.
no. You sort of activate the prototype weapon, and that arm blade extends. I believe it does energy damage, right?
It does.
Yeah, so it extends, and you watch as it like charges up as part of the extension, and as you swing for it, the one with the bruise around its neck goes, and the one that you were swinging on, like almost instantaneously, like drops onto its tail and does a slide in the same way they did before, and avoids the attack. And you watch as this time, when you swing with it, the prototype weapon, like, goes back into its sheath, but it jams. It's like, it's most of the way in, but the blade is, like, very slightly out of position and slightly at an angle. You get the sense that it's no longer functional, unfortunately.
Yeah. Smart
that
raptors here.
was a failure, however. So
Yes, it was.
The Rust Raptors are gonna return back towards you. Yeah, I don't think they know whether or not you have armor yet, so they're just gonna make again a primary weapon attack. Still gets 2 attacks with it, so they have a +2 bonus to this. Okay, there's a 9. Okay. And the second attack? 12?
Misses.
Damn, bro. What happens this time?
You see, as they jump from the side this time, I basically like squat, duck with, and they both, then 2 raptors hit each other and bounce off.
Yeah, one from either side. They literally, like, it's that fucking like moment where the intense like situation is happening and it's all happening, and then there's just this like camera change where it shows the 2 raptors in mid-air meeting, and it like the camera change shows his repost like holding up her camera to try and like capture it, and the 2 of them like come up together in slow motion, and their lips like hit and smush against each other, and it freeze frames, and there's like hearts that pop up in like a little motif around them, and it says newlyweds for a moment, and she just was like, all right, clipped and saved.
Amazing.
Okay, that was the consequence of your failure. So, yeah, back to players, I guess. Repost it, I guess I'll do something for Repost here. Repost is gonna try and upload that clip, since her stream got disconnected, and in doing so, also try to, like, re-engage the stream. She probably would have done it earlier, but nothing interesting was happening, so, and she's just like, here's my apology picture, guys, and pops up the 2 raptors kissing. So this is gonna be I'll make it a charm check, yeah, because I'm trying to just like get a little energization from that. Nothing too crazy. +4. That's a 20.
Well, that's a 20.
I think her chat immediately erupts into fucking like heart emojis and like the like man pregnant emojis and shit like that, because I know my goddamn chat. And fucking, I think just through that alone, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what that would do for us in this situation, but I did it. Tungsten, do you want to do something? I thought about it for a moment, and I was like, you know, that could have done something in some scenarios.
I would like to make one of those raptors my rival. No,
Another raptor rival.
The second leader of the pack that you didn't realize this was a co-alpha ship until now.
Trying to think. I just played Tabletop Simulator for 50 hours.
Nice.
Let's see. Yeah, I don't really got much. I mean, I can.
If you've got a weapon, you could
I'm
always
just-
shoot their way if wanted, or you
yeah,
could continue running.
I'm just gonna continue running. I'm gonna be like, these guys got it. I'm not. I don't feel safe not within my giant tank of a mech. So
Yeah, the man who's dedicated his life to big fuck ass weapons, not having big fuck ass weapons at his disposal.
Come on, baby. Oh, another net 20.
That's
Holy
a
shit.
crit.
Holy shit.
Okay, at a crit, that actually moves forward the counter by 2. Putting us at 3 out of 6 of escaped back to cold water. I guess Repost will go now, like, actually genuinely, and she'll take another shot with her fucking... her plasma pistol low genuinely. Yeah, just a simple +1. Nope.
Yep.
Hey, Inherited Fire.
Do you?
You take
Yeah.
you take 2 energy damage.
You fuck.
It does. I mean, my consequence for a failure doesn't necessarily have to be that the enemies attack you.
I am at 1.
That is the consequence for the
HP
failure,
at
though.
1 structure.
That is the full consequence of the
raptors
failure.
hit
So
me,
it is
I am-
back still on players.
Okay.
Because the consequence being applied needs to be like equivalent to like, you know, reasonable amounts, and me just hitting you for free because I failed mine, that's the consequence by itself. So
Yeah,
it's
no,
back
that's
on players if
perfectly
you're
fine.
doing something.
I feel like Ishigori and fucking Yuta fight right now. Like I am fucking 1 HP and fucking dying. Well, maybe if they don't hit me. I'm gonna try to hit them though.
Okay. Question, actually.
Yeah.
Wasn't something supposed to happen when someone misses you with a melee attack? When you were in Lord stance?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Don't worry, because I think it's just prone with melee attacks, which I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, they need to pass a whole save or be knocked prone.
Okay, I'll tell you right now. They are immune to grapple, ram, knockback, and stunned. But that does not say immune to prone, which is very
shit.
strange. So I'm looking at this, and I'm just making sure that there's no spot in here where it says that they're immune to prone. Cannot grapple or ram. Immune to grapple, ram, knockback, stunned. Yeah. Yeah. I guess you could do like a sweeping attack sort of vibe, and it like hits their legs still. So they are indeed, we'll say at the end of the last time that they attacked you, they got knocked prone from that because they missed. So they are prone, which does mean that you have accuracy on attacks against them.
Ooh. And I'm going to be going into we'll do some troll stance now.
Ah, okay.
inaccuracy, but I have accuracy and plus more accuracy.
They do have the
Oh yeah, soft cover. So
soft
I would
cover.
only have 1 accuracy.
Because it's 1 accuracy bonus, Troll Stance removes an accuracy, and then they give you a difficulty from the...
Oh, so it's just gonna be a flat again, okay.
Yeah. Well, no, because it's flat, you have an accuracy from the mount bonus, and then you have Troll Stance, which removes that accuracy. Then they always have soft cover, which adds a difficulty, so you're at a -1 difficulty.
Oh, and still... okay. Jesus.
Stacking. There's a lot of cards on the stack right now. Someone should fucking like whatever that goddamn counter spell storm spell is.
Well, let's see if I
Fluster
successfully
Storm.
hit. Okay, let's roll.
A 9 does hit with an evasion
Oh
of
my
8 on
God.
them.
Okay.
How much damage are you doing?
I'm doing 2d6 because the Atlas is frame trait. Once around, the Atlas can deal 1d6 bonus damage on a successful melee attack against a prone target.
Correct. So go ahead and give me that higher damage roll here.
So it's going to be 2d6 plus 3 armor piercing. They don't have armor.
They have armor 4. No.
Oh shit.
This fucking like juggernaut clad goddamn little fucking raptors. That would be the end of whatever planet they were put on, dude.
That is 8 plus 3, so that is...
Okay.
11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. They do have resistance to everything that's not the AoE, so that becomes 6, yes, because it rounds up. How do you take out 6 raptors in one swing here? As the pack is still standing with 1 HP.
Oh, with it's 1 HP? Oh shit, this is over.
But you'll see at the end of this like big swing here, and you clear out this 6, there is 2 raptors left. Your rival, who seems to be leading the pack, and 1 other raptor. So that's going to be the situation that's going to be left here.
Okay. Basically, as soon as they get prone, I'm like, perfect. I stomp down 1 foot in front of me, get my Terashima club ready in troll stance, and then just slam down as hard as I can, basically on the earth around, on the like one of them, making the earth around it like ripple outwards to 6 others.
Yeah. They basically like instantaneously are knocked unconscious from just the shockwave of the attack almost. That is a success on the attack, even though it was a 9, so it is still on the players. I'm gonna take another shot. With an 8 evasion.
Oh my god.
With an 8 evasion. Oh, I guess they're still prone, so I guess I would have had an accuracy, but good enough. With an 8 evasion, the 2 damage from my weapon gets halved to 1, and you see another plasma shot go dangerously close over your shoulder and pops the one that isn't your rival right in the face, and he just like collapses over dead from the plasma. And you watch as, with the squad only having 1 HP left and thus only 1 raptor in the squad left alive, you watch as he kind of like looks you in the eyes, goes and just beats feet out of there like Roadrunner, again leaving a trail of like dust behind him. But
I like, as he was saying that, I literally did the nat back at him, like fucking
yeah,
like,
and
if he could hear me.
And he runs away from the scenario, escaping with his life. But he definitely seemed to dislike you. However, successfully finishing out the encounter and returning back to Coldwater. As I go ahead and grab all of these bad boys and move them over here for now so that I don't destroy them when I wipe the universe with my godly powers. Kaboom!
I got pissed off enough that I made a raptor my rival. Basically what happened.
I mean, it do happen like that sometimes.
That's amazing.
Let me get rid of all this stuff. No floating tank.
Aww.
Bam.
I like the floating tank.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. What are these? I don't know what these sets are. Bam, get rid of that one. Cold water. As... There we go. As with a bit of time passed and finally returned back to the city proper, you do see actually waiting for you, seemingly expecting some form of interaction and or seeking from the super soldiers team, and kind of like lightly pulling at the edge of his sort of suit and tie, the mayor, good old where the fuck is it? Good old Jet Ashford, the one who hired you all for this, and who I think a certain one of you, if not several of you, were interested in specifically talking to, which he seems to be aware of after that communications call that he received. But Wanderer kind of like comes back in with Misfortune, and you see that Misfortune actually has been in the city for the most part, but it's been stashed away, kind of up and out of sight. You notice the little topper that was on the water tower previously isn't there anymore, as Misfortune kind of wanders over this way, and Wanderer actually pops out of Misfortune, pats her on the side, and says, "Don't worry, you can go back to Lookout now, baby." And she proceeds on her own to climb back up to the tower and maintain a lookout. Boink. But Jet Ashford seems like he has made himself available if anyone would like to interact with him in immediacy here. Otherwise...
Absolutely. I'm like walking up, I'm like trying to calm myself down after that fight. Like after the fight, I seem to have put on more of a game face, so to say. And I'm like, I have some words that you and I need to exchange.
I kind of figured as much after receiving that call. And, I mean, I hired you guys, so I would prefer if things end on good terms, as he kind of, like, looks over his shoulder back at the, like, decimated water tower.
We just need information. We didn't... Oh, the water tower, fuck. Texas Red, he had a cryopod that apparently was important enough that our high command got in touch with us. Do you know, have you seen this pod around? What Texas Red... Have you seen what's in it?
He kind of, like, gulps a little bit and waves you to follow him into the town hall, and kind of leads you up into his like actual office in the town hall so that there's a bit of privacy and not any prying ears. If anyone else in the Super Soldiers team would like to be with, Repost is going to come with, if you want to come with as well, Tungsten.
Yeah, I'll
tag along.
Come along.
You're the one who
yeah.
has the cryopod, Tungsten, so...
Am I? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I last...
Like,
at
wait,
the end of
I was
last...
supposed to have it?
Yeah,
Cut back to the
Yeah,
big iron. I left it.
It's just like
You
sticking
just left it
halfway out
there.
of the sand. Error, 2% battery left. No. But he waves you up into the office, and as you kind of enter into this room, it's small. Like, he's not a dude that holds like a grand office for himself and whatnot outside of just the town hall being kind of one of the bigger buildings. But he kind of like motions everyone to sit down and sits down in his seat, and just, especially when he sees you walk in, Tungsten, with the cryopod kind of like over your back like a backpack, he just like collapses into his chair a little bit and holds the side of his head like a little bit of a migraine starting up. And the first thing he says is, well, I'd say I'm about equal parts glad that you found Lucille as I wish that you hadn't. Yes, that, as I'm sure you've gathered by the sort of inscription that Texas Red put onto the actual device. I'm dropping the names. Eli was... he was a troubled man. He had a daughter while he was under employ of the city. While living here for a short while, something happened to her. We don't know what. He just kind of not broke into like violently, but like the door slamming open in the middle of the night into the sort of medical area. We don't really have a designated doctor here. We have people who just understand how to patch up wounds. And she was fading. She'd spent most of her life indoors. He always kind of kept her a little bit hidden away, and the few times we did see her, she had hair over that side of her face and was about as clothed as one could get, even in a hot planet like this. We chose to be polite and not really ask too many questions, but that night that he came into the medical office, she was fading. Something about whatever disease or mutation or whatever it is that she has had reached a point where it was threatening her signs of life as we know them. And rather than risking losing his daughter, we offered him the only thing that we could to help with that, which was the cryopod. Unfortunately, when the turbine went out, we didn't have enough power to be able to supply the cryopod with what it needed. While it can last a decent while, probably a good, few months without being connected to a power source, wouldn't last forever. And we didn't have anything else we could offer him. The printer didn't work. We didn't have anything outside of the sort of cobbled together mechs that we had for defending the city and his intact Raleigh. And that wasn't quite enough to be able to fix something of that scale. So we decided that he was going to find a way to fix her, to help her, to keep her alive on his own. And stole off into the night, taking the entire Notch gang, who at this point I'm realizing, or up at that point, I began to realize were loyal to him rather than the city, and left us defenseless, at least until a couple years went by and the bounty that kind of had laid on him grew a little bit higher, and ISPN sent out one of their rangers to deal with it. However, you can see that Wanderer had a bit more to deal with than just a simple bandit gang, as we were struggling to survive with their attacks out here before they arrived. And I mean, I guess the rest from there forward is history. Is there anything that I didn't cover, or that you want to ask me specifically? It's been quite a few years, so I may have slipped on some parts of the story or not informed you enough.
No, you pretty much informed us on everything I had questions on, well, was going to have questions on.
Repost is gonna kind of look up and say, Yeah, Repost is going to, not to the mayor. Well, I guess kind of open to the mayor as well, but I think she already kind of knows the answer from what he said about the affliction being something they weren't sure about. But she's also going to direct tap to Callista, because she talks with Callista quite a lot, so she would have like a direct line to her. She's gonna direct tap to Callista up in orbit and ask her the question as well. Have we ever seen anything like what's going on with her before?
Did Callista even know that we had her?
I mean, Callista seemed to be in the, like, comms channel when the SSC High Command tapped in.
Okay.
Yeah. But she's just gonna ask, like, Callista as well. And I'm gonna attempt word on the street here, I guess. Or no, that's from a social scene. I guess? No, I guess it would still be word on the street. Yeah. So she's gonna make a word on the street check here, to see if Callista has even, like, heard of something like this before or not. Where the hell is there's my roller? Set it way over there. Which is a +2. It's a 6. Callista's just gonna come back and say, I have no idea what she's going through. I'm no scientist by any means. I don't study these sorts of things directly. But that was something beyond anything that I've ever seen, even from some of the genetic experiments in SSC. And then I think what she says at the end is just that, honestly, I couldn't even begin to fathom or guess at why High Command might want her. The only thing I can do is hope that it's for good. And she kind of, like, disconnects from the direct call at that. Well, anything, of course, to answer your question, Repost, the mayor, I don't have any idea what she's been under. This is something that none of us anywhere on Apista that I'm aware of have seen before, so it's new territory. Repost just kind of nods, pretty much expecting that from him. But if you have any questions, of course, Tungsten, I did hire you out of goodwill and good intent here. I didn't know that SSC were going to make this a part of the equation. So I wish to be as open as I can and clear up any confusion you may have.
Guess I really don't have too too many questions at the moment, but...
Well, if any of you are in need of contact with me, this is my personal contact ID, and he slides over a little like chip. It's like a little like computer chip, but that's how the like contact IDs are essentially like given across in this world. It's kind of like a contactless little like touch thing that you can just touch to your system, and it like adds them to your contacts basically for long distance comms as long as you're connected to the OmniNet. If any of you need whatever assistance, a mayor of a frankly a bit destitute now that the big jug is destroyed colony of a diasporan planet can provide, or should you ever be in the area and be in need of assistance or safe harbor, you're always welcome here. And everyone here can go ahead and, if you want to keep note of it somewhere in your sheet, you can, that you have his comms. Who knows when it may come up or when you may want to attempt to contact him for one thing or another. And secondly, everyone gains 1 reputation with both ISPN, as you have helped Wanderer complete their long-term contract, as well as 1 reputation again with Coldwater. So that should have everyone at 2 reputation with Coldwater, and I believe Inherited Fire you'll be at 3. Yeah, because you passed up on payment to get more rep ones. Rep ISPN as the mayor kind of like nods to the rest of you, and he doesn't like usher you out, but he does get up to like get the door to the office for you in like courtesy, and you're free to go about what you will if you have no other questions for the mayor. I know some of you wanted to try and help like fixing things in the city and stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to help out with
Easy enough to do?
Repair of the Warder Tower.
You can utilize, and I'll say, if you guys are sticking around for a few days and whatnot, just to like help fix things up and hang around the city and everything, if you really want to do downtime actions now, you can. Otherwise, you can save them for some of the new downtime action options once we get back to the City of Valor. But if you don't want to do any immediately, we can just go ahead and sort of get us a little time-lapse sequence of using the printer in the time slot that you guys do have it allotted for, to make different repairs and fix things up around here, taking a little extra time to do so outside of your originally contracted mission. And I won't necessarily require any roll for this, but I will allow you guys to describe, if you want to, what the repairs look like, or like what sort of things you do to do the repairs. Otherwise, it can just be like a patchwork, like, everything is magic, with like music playing in the background. It's like sped up footage and stuff. I'll narrate it all or whatnot.
What was the reputation from Wanderer you got? Sorry.
You got 1 reputation with ISPN in general, because you helped an ISPN agent who's been on a long-term mission complete it finally.
Okay, sorry. I was just trying to get that.
Yeah, no, you're good. Because I don't have a problem with spending a few days here to continue as repost.
But as the DM, you want to get out of here. No,
not necessarily. It's just some other individuals might not be happy with delays on things.
Nah. I mean, yeah, I do want to assist with the repairs of the water tower. Also,
absolutely.
If I could, since I do have access to the printer, I would like to maybe also maybe up the, I guess, sort of, was it security or artillery of the, I guess, town itself.
Yeah, I'd say that'll be doable. In order to do that, I would ask for a. I think do you have a weapons engineering specific skill trait, or are you just using hacker fix for that mostly? Or
I was gonna do inventor
create?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine with me.
And I mean, I also do have the engineer talent as well, so.
That's the like pilot talent thing, right? For the prototype
Yeah.
weapon. Gotcha. I don't think the engineer will necessarily add anything, but this will be it will be a difficult role. The only difficulty really being the speedy outcome that you're going for. If you get like lower roll, you'll still get it done, but it will take longer. So yeah, go ahead and give me that inventor create here. And it is a difficult roll, which means you'll have a difficulty on it.
Oh.
If you want to re-roll it, you can. Or you can take that and then roll... or wait, you rolled
I'll roll a d6.
Yeah, roll a d6 to subtract from.
Oh,
6.
Of course, 6. So 22, will it be a 20, or 16?
16.
That's math.
Still a success. So, you do manage to sort of essentially like prioritize properly. You fix the turbine first, which means that the printer is not just available for the first like chunk of each day for you until the wind runs out. It is available 24/7. And that allows you to essentially patch up the entire water tower within a few days and a couple people like around the community helping out and whatnot, as well as pretty rapidly set up some base defenses. Nothing too crazy. They're all like manned turrets essentially that are stationed in like a circular pattern, kind of mimicking what Miss Fortune does on the water tower, but in more of a defensive pattern. And that you feel pretty confident in, as long as they get themselves a proper like force of like defending the city again, would probably be a pretty effective one. And it would be one that if they decided to desert again, they couldn't steal. They can't just pick up the turret and walk away with it, luckily.
Yeah.
So?
Because I figure with Wanderer leaving, they probably need something.
Yeah. I will say doing that will gain you another reputation with Coldwater.
Hell yeah.
Hey, we're both at 3 now.
I'm willing to give the reputation away a little loosey-goosey because there's statistic plus and minuses when it comes to those, so they do kind of add up and make people who respect you even more sort of vibe. But if there's nothing else that anyone wants to do, I would say probably like a few days into like you setting up the perimeter defenses and stuff, I think Wanderer comes over to the group, and you included, Tungsten, because I think we're all just kind of vibing, helping out, doing whatever. And just says, hey, thanks a lot, you guys. I've been stationed here for a while, and it's gonna be, a bit strange getting back out on the open stars, doing whatever ISPN needs me to do, whatever dastardly bastards end up drawing enough of a bounty on their head to get a ranger sent after them. But I genuinely don't think this city would have made it much longer without you guys, even with me here. That cannon, if that even is an effective word at that scale, was something that, I mean, you saw yourself. Only your Barbarossa's Apocalypse Rail really compares to the destructive output of it. Kind of motioning at the, like, patchwork metal patching on the sides of the water tower. So it really was probably the only way that they came out of this alive. So, same thing, if you ever need in contact with me, I can't guarantee that I'll be around, but if I'm in the right star system, I might be able to swing by and provide assistance. Hands out, again, same thing, contact ID. And what I will say is, when contacting Wanderer, if you want to put this in their contact spot if you're writing it down anywhere, when contacting Wanderer, your reputation with Coldwater can also be added, as well as your reputation from ISPN, as they even though they aren't technically the owner / runner of this place, they spent long enough being the law of the land here that what you did here is important to them. And they kind of give a little bit of a wave as a big ISPN sort of like freighter looking... Why can't I grab Misfortune here? The fuck? Misfortune get locked? Why is Misfortune locked? The fuck? There we go. As Misfortune and Wander kind of load back up into the docking bay of this big, like, red and almost like navy blue-esque ship. It almost looks like a lumberjack in like his cover and like the blue like overalls a little bit with the motif of the ship as it takes off. Wander going back to wander the open stars. But if there's nothing else that you guys would like to do before returning back to the ship and prepping back up for cryostasis to make your way back to Valor, then we can jump ahead to that.
Yeah, I'd say that's the next thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think I got any other business here, so...
Callista kind of is there ready and waiting to welcome you back aboard once the ship gets down to a landing level so that you all can re-enter. And she kind of greets you all with like she's happy to see you guys, but it's someone clearly who can tell that you guys don't like something, but they're trying to like keep the energy good. Like they don't want them not liking that you're upset make you more upset because now they're upset kind of thing. So she kind of is like keeping that bit of like a pained smile a little bit, maybe a tiny bit forced, but she does welcome you all back and kind of just goes, "All right, Lancers, this was a rough ride that you guys were just on, but you guys managed to pull it off, and despite damage to property, that's something we can fix. Damage to personnel, well, honestly, we can fix that too, but it's just a bit more of a lengthy process with a little possibility for complication. Either way, I'm glad you're all in one piece," and kind of starts bringing everyone back in. As you all are entering the ship, kind of turning down a couple hallways, your pathway is blocked by several people wearing... They're wearing like SSC finery, very like white and gold, ostentatious, kind of flowy and almost like organic in like the shapes and the ways that it moves. But dark sunglasses and a visible like not like an earpiece, but like you can tell that there's like a wire going into the base of their ear. They have like inbuilt little comm links specifically for like these sorts of comm links are not like a neural bridge like phone call link. These are like direct, unbreachable, highly secure comm links for highly, like, you can only get on them if you are also on the same network sort of thing. And they are completely blockading your path to go any further into the ship, maybe like a minute or two into walking from the entry door. And standing in front of the individuals is one tall, sort of very, very elegant in her looks, very slender, like if you imagine almost like an aristocrat from maybe like Dishonored, where it's the big sort of slightly old school pompous like beehive, or like not quite beehive, but like pinned up bun above the head of this gray hair that is kind of loosely falling down around her shoulders, and something that looks even fancier than SSC's already fancy design, as parts of her clothing and like what she's wearing and some of the like designs on it and accessories appear to literally be digital, like almost like programmed holographic clothes just for fanciness and for prestige. And she's holding a long, slim cigarette holder, and kind of notices your entry as she kind of flicks it between two fingers and says, "Well, it took you quite a while to finally deliver our important product here. Our important parcel, not product, our important parcel. If there were fees for being late for people under our control, there would be quite a hefty sum placed on your head for a possibility of damage to our device. No, nothing to report specifically," as she just kind of like motions, and this like slightly fancier second individual who's standing next to her, still wearing what looks more like, not quite as crazy as hers, but almost like a vest and like tie, and looks a bit more butler coated, I guess is the best way to put it, kind of holds out his hand silently for the handle of the capsule.
I look over at the other two and be like, "We're giving it to her?"
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
I don't think we've got another option unless we want to try and argue something here. It's not likely to work, but it could work.
Yeah, I guess I'll just walk over and deliver the parcel.
She'll kind of like smile widely as you hand it over. You notice that like a few of her teeth are like gold as she smiles, and she goes, "Well, thank you for being such good soldiers. You really do the dirty work for us in some cases. Granted, dirty meaning all of the," and she kind of like motions to the dried blood on like parts of the mechs and the whatchamacallit, the like blood sort of baked into some of the hard suits of the people who took damage as pilots. I'm not getting any of that on my clothing, that's for damn sure.
As she says that, I'm just gonna place my hand on her shoulder as I walk by, like just a pat on her shoulder as I walk by, and then I'm just gonna continue walking.
Repost is gonna have to make a roll here. I need to roll a d6 to see if Repost is gonna contain her annoyance with the situation. I don't want a 1 or a 2. Oops. That's a 1. What are you doing with her? Repost sort of like shouts out as they turn to leave with the like thing to go to whatever area they're staying at in the ship. And the smile kind of drops into a thin, like, lipped sort of flat face, and all of the warmth that you may have been feeling from this individual becomes stone cold. And without turning around, she kind of like turns her head slightly and speaks over her shoulder. "I thought we were clear that there would be no questions about this recovery." And Repost she's already spoken up and pissed him off, so she's gonna say, yeah, well, I also didn't hear anything about such a precious cargo. Kind of like trying to keep things under wraps for whatever prying ears may be around, so as not to like piss her off, but make it clear that she knows what's going on a little bit. Repost is going to make a... Oh shit, I still have Callista up on the screen. Think. Repost is going to make... Is this a charm? To charm, you need a receptive audience or some kind of promise of leverage. No, this is gonna have to be... This is gonna have to be get a hold of something. Acquire useful allies, assets, or connections through wealth or social influence. She's pretty much trying to pull the card of like, we're your poster boys. If we say something bad about you guys and something slips, then it's gonna be game over. So it's best to work with us. And she's gonna attempt to get a hold of something. This is gonna be a difficult check. And it's gonna be risky. Which means I will have 1 difficulty and a +2, and I need to get a 20 to have no consequences, 20 or above, but as long as I get above a 10, I succeed.
Oh. Well.
She just kind of like, as still not turning, but looking over her shoulder, she just says, perhaps you could use a reminder of whose asset you are. And she kind of like waves her hand like she's interacting with a little like heads-up display sort of neural bridge device for a moment, and Repost like it gets electrified where she's standing for a moment and drops to her knees as she takes 2 pilot damage.
What the fuck was that?
Just a little reminder of who you work for. And she turns and continues out of the room, out of sight. The sort of entourage of these like agents sort of turning and following behind her after she passes through them.
You're so lucky I work for her. Oh, Jesus.
Well?
Christ. I was so tempted just to apply fist to face right there. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no,
I know I can't. I know I can't.
Callista, like the moment that the sort of entourage vanishes from sight, Callista runs over to Repost, like rushes over to her and like kind of gets down and starts helping her back to her feet, and her jaw is like on the ground. She seems like she is just as shocked as you guys at what just happened, and she just goes, shit. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come to this. I look over all of the missions you're approved to go through myself, and this wasn't listed on the docket. I avoid shit like this for this reason.
She just mind maybe regaling us of who that was and what we're really dealing with right now?
That was Marionette Shimano, one of the Shimano sisters who currently runs Smith's Shimano Corporation.
Oh, one of the Shimano sisters.
Yes. Not all of them are known by their looks and appearance, but their last name carries enough weight that it usually precedes them. I didn't realize that she was on board until just now. This is at a level that... And she just kind of like falls silent and starts like contemplating stuff, and Repost is just like, I'm okay. kind of like stands back up to her feet, and like her hair is like the fucking, there's a bit of the like cartoonish like fro to her hair from the electricity, and she just kind of like, there's a glint of that same sort of like wild caged animal like look in her eye that she had when Texas Red hit her with the Mjolnir cannon, and you get the sense just from the look in her face alone that she isn't gonna cause any more trouble, but she is far from broken. She just recognizes that she's on the back foot now a bit more. I don't like any of that. I don't like any of that at all.
No, I didn't like any of this.
Yeah, I think all of that happens as we're kind of making our way towards cryostasis, as Callista's just kind of leading the way as before, and she kind of like has a bit of a worried look on her face, but as she's kind of like getting into the cryo bay area, she kind of like quietly whispers to each of you as she's helping you into the pod that she's going to double the watch on the cryo bay area, and they're gonna be her guards that like she picks to make sure that even if they can't stop anything, that she at least will have forewarning if anything happens during the year or so that she will also be in cryostasis alongside you guys. You get the sense that in a lot of these long-distance travels, most of the crew tends to go into cryostasis, but people can refrain from it if they want to. But they just basically have to spend the next year and a few months on a spaceship with nothing really to do other than whatever is provided on the spaceship. But you all are packaged up, loaded in, and the cryo fog slowly fills your vision. And that is where we will go ahead and do our midway through stream bio break here. It'll be a good opportunity for me to grab a snack, grab a drink. Any of you guys who need to grab a snack, grab a drink, anything along those lines, you got a chance to do so. And you won't be missing out on anything other than some sick tunes.
I'm gonna go grab a drink from Cherry.
Way down.
Some eyes.
Get some tunes. Get some tunes. Bam. Okay. Bam. There we go. All right. I'll be right back. Give me just a few minutes here, Lackeys. Oh wait, I gotta put on the names and stuff.
By the visions of close dreams I fantasize, I'll keep my nose clean so conflict can't arise, cause they promise you're living honest life of stubborn decency. Think of the lights you might bring, I could be a tiny spark, or a voice that gives hope in the dark. So haven't found my way in yet, wanna make my own mark, but time's not on my side. Turn around,
I'll be right back.
A way to find a place that I feel strong. Eyes on me with the bad intentions, the half-life bees are a fat invention. Digital witch hunts, who's it this month? Young for the hell of it to get what a bitch wants. The devil's in the details, what's the catch? Put a nail in the coffin, a hedge of scratch, to sleep detached depictions of violent cloud. Things around the court, but you can't pull out. Finger out of board on cranial drought is painful, and pain is what life's about. I don't want to refresh, but I got my doubts. I need rehab, I get us a happier route. With the pleasure expressing the crap that we spout, we ain't holding back any amount. Come said I got scream out. Face another wave of social caving. Shut your soul away for the sake of saving everyone. 10,000 people I'll never know deciding what I should become. I don't wanna be anybody else. That doesn't mean I just rather be myself. So yeah, the he-man, not at night. As I decay, I keep my eyes on the downside. Not sorry for me, you accidentally found it right. A cheap ass back straight light. I can't be your shining star. You're a voice that gives hope in the dark. So haven't found my way out yet. Wanna make a good mark on this world, but who cares? I've been so forgotten, not a single place that we belong. Under the poise of a star, we stand before you. The sound of a voice that will not ignore you. Before it all gets so complicated, I was singing for a few kids lost and jaded. Passion faded, I'm a talking head. Lush now to those who are already dead. Wanna take every stage to the heart and say, shut up and take the meds. Face another wave of social caving. Shut your soul away for the sake of saving everyone. 10,000 people, I'll never know deciding what I should become. I don't wanna be anybody else. That doesn't mean I'd just rather be myself. Toyazo, Hokano誰も伝えられない話を歌ってく。It ain't
Alrighty. Let's get back down to business, why don't we? Bow, 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 bow. Bam. Bam. Alrighty. Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah,
Hello?
we need to get a nuclear warhead now, and also he has a silver arm.
Yeah, we're gonna be taking down SSC.
Wake the fuck up, Lancer. We've got a company to burn.
Yep, we're gonna take it over.
Who the fuck does that make me in this equation? Am I gonna be the one with the chip in my head first and then I die? Or am I gonna be
No, you're
Cunningham and
the
then die? Or am I
you're
gonna be
you're the
You'll be
hacker.
like- you'll be Bart Moss.
Your webs. Yeah, your webs.
Alrighty. But, almost as soon as the sort of crackling sound of the cryo fog comes across you, there's the sort of rush of warm air that quickly dries out the extremities of you and whatnot, bringing you back to consciousness as another year and 2 months has gone by. In the blink of or flash of a neuron, I guess, technically. But you all, let's go ahead and pull. I'll just grab the group. You can grab your mechs, if you want to. Just get them off the,
You grabbed my mech.
table. I did? Oh, I did. Fuck. I keep forgetting that's not your pilot token. You can grab that back to your sheet. I'll probably keep the pilot tokens kind of grouped up for the time being. Or no, I guess you guys can get them back. I don't know what the fuck I'm
I was
talking
on the
about.
wrong side of the table.
Repost. Tungsten. That joke is never gonna go away, by the way.
Yeah.
Bam. It's fine. You're one of the densest metals. You can take it. You're durable. You're built Ford tough. Yeah. built ISPN tough. When you need 16 naked space cowboys.
Yeah.
Okay. But the rapidly approaching visual returns. The current set is busy. The current set can suck my balls. It's going to go ahead and get deleted anyways. Bam. See? Look at that. How about you? Suck my balls. I actually got that for the Choicer Voicer. I never got around to that one that stream because Choicer Voicer, like, if time went by in the blink of an eye. I was at like 5 hours the first time I checked the fucking stream link. Bam, bam, bam. The first thing that meets your eyes, as they do kind of customarily reawaken you pre-re-entry to the planet, so that you got time to kind of wake yourself up and you're not just like, okay, I'm conscious again, and you're like shoved out the fucking side of the thing. But you do see upon approach to the main headquarters, if it loads correctly, I think it did. You notice a new attraction has been built in the sort of two and a quarter years that have gone by. There appears to be a new building over here with sort of a lot of glass, sort of interesting little visual architecture. And a big sign outside that says the Xeno Zoo. It appears some form of wildlife habitation and like observation area has been built, likely with wildlife from other planets as well. Now, I will state something that I kind of mentioned to you guys off stream, but I want to say for the stream as well. We have slightly retconned the acceleration theater. I originally described this as a theater that sped you up to near light speed to allow you to watch movies faster than they normally would be. That's fucking backwards. I was wrong on that. My bad. It would make you experience shit slower, so it would be like the fucking opposite of what you would want. So this is now the paracausal theater. This one you would know about because it was built when you guys left the planet. But it is a theater that uses paracausal tech developed by an NHP to make a person able to take the role of a character in a movie, and make the choices of the movie, and therefore kind of regenerating what would happen if that character made that choice that you have now picked, sort of thing, and allowing you to essentially experience what it would be like whether you were in the position of a character. However, due to the complexity of this tech and lack of understanding, there have been mishaps and instances of... Well, there's only been one recorded death.
I like those odds.
It's a deep dive sync sort of thing. So like sometimes the brain accepts what happens to it a little too clearly in the movie. And the other thing I wanted to mention is while you have been to the beach resort previously, I have built a downtime action table for something that you can do as a downtime action. I've built one for all of these: the Paracausal Theater, the Xeno Zoo, and the beach. The Grand Crucible is kind of where all of the other downtime actions tend to happen. It's kind of like a city, almost, of its own. But you can go to the beach in order to relax yourself and, I'll just say for now, get yourself into a peak physical condition for a reserve for the next mission, should you wish to go that direction. You all are returned back to the sort of headquarters here of Serenity's Rest, and as you land, Callista kind of, not over the comms, but in person, pops up again, and just says, "Alright, well, I'm really not sure what just happened with that last mission. I'm still on nerves about it, but it seems like Marionette and her entourage have left of their own accord without causing any additional stir. So
where have they left to?
Likely to the main SSC headquarters. This Serenity's Rest is just the headquarters on this planet. It's a couple systems over the main headquarters. We're nearby. We're nearby to the point where travel to and from wouldn't be too problematic, plus there's blink gates. If you get clearance for things like those, it's not a problem at all to move between them. But we are not the galactic headquarters of SSC by any means.
Alright.
That is likely where they would... I mean, that's the only guess I have, unless they take it to some black site. Who knows? These people are far, far up and above my capabilities myself, beyond my pay grade. I get paid a lot, too, so that's saying something. But I want you guys to know, and again, this is all in person, she's not doing this over comms, as she kind of gathers everyone. I want you guys to know, before you go out there and anything else comes up or whatnot, that I am with you. I'm with SSC as a company, but my job is you. If something becomes a problem for you, it becomes a problem for me. She's like trying, and like kind of raises her eyebrows and like you get what I'm saying? She's trying to, in a sly way, say that she's on your side.
Okay. Interesting.
It's up to you if you want to make a check to see whether or not you believe her. Because there is a... let me see what the check is called real quick.
Insight. No.
I wish it was that simple.
I believe it's read a situation. Look for subtext, motives, or threats in a situation or person.
I think you may be correct on that. Let me just double check the list here. I want to see... I'm pretty sure it is that one, but I'm just gonna scroll through them real quick. Okay, none of those were skill checks. Oh right, they're triggers. I'm stupid. You know what? Yeah, I'll just say you can go ahead and use read a situation, because I think you are right on that.
I have +2. $11?
An 11 is a success. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you have the correct ability. God, my voice, one sec. And yes, it is that ability. An 11 is a success. Callista is intentionally not saying this on comms, and she's also intentionally saying this in a way where should someone who shouldn't be hearing this somehow still overhear it in some way, she has a reasonable excuse to say that she was just reminding you of what her job was. You get the sense that someone wouldn't do that unless they were like going into layers of deception, and that is not the vibe you get from her.
Alright.
So,
alright,
you can gather from that, at least in your assumption area, that she is a genuine ally and did not like any of what happened as much as you guys didn't like it, and that at least there's that level. Yes.
When Marionette, like, shocked Repost.
Yes.
Was it like a localized thing, like within Repost, or was it like a sort of she has some sort of ability to maybe possibly hack things that, or at least like gain control of someone else's systems?
Yeah, I like that. Give me a... I would allow read a situation for like a gut feeling about it. I would also allow the because read a situation is a bit of a stretch, but I would also allow the spot to try and like recall and like see in more detail in the moment sort of what happened.
Well, I have neither of those.
It's like if you have another one that you want to try and like engage to say.
Could I maybe do like an investigate, like as kind of like before this whole like conversation between, or even like after the whole debacle with Marionette, could I like do like an investigate of Repost and like seeing
yeah, I'd allow that 100%. Just kind of like a little like almost like a lice check, but like looking over the injury to see if there's any marks of like where it's the worst and where it came from, etc.
Yeah. Let's do that.
You do have cryo sickness, so you'll have 1 difficulty.
God damn it. You gotta tell me this shit before I roll. Okay, I'll roll a d6.
Yes.
Well, okay.
So that would be a 7 in total?
7, yeah. So
you're glancing across it, you can see that there's definite like burn markings, like some sort of like high voltage electrical shock across like several parts of her sort of like like the sort of like, I guess, like upper arms, middle back, and like head area, but you're not able to discern if that's just kind of where it happened from whatever she did, or if it was from something localized in that area.
Okay.
You get enough visual to be able to see what's there, but you can't quite pull anything from it, sadly.
Okay.
But Callista kind of like happily, like a mother releasing her children out at a mall or like out at an amusement park, I guess, because there's a bit of a more level of trust than that. But just that like sort of motherly vibe that Callista always puts a little bit of off from herself, and you guys are free to do whatever you would like to do for downtime actions before the next mission. I will say, the other sign that you saw on the Xeno Zoo, kind of like other than just the name, was a little like secondary display when you were flying over that did say adoptions available.
Well,
I go in there, I get attacked by a raptor with a purple mark on his throat.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, sorry.
Like, how did it get here so fast?
You make that joke, and there's a moment where the sort of like screen like freezes like the VHS effect for a moment, and the music cuts, and there's a narrator voice that goes, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you about that." And like the camera rewinds high speed to back when you guys are on the ship mid-transport, beginning to take off from the planet of Apista, and the camera pulls to the back of the ship, and almost like that, I know it's a reference to another horror movie, I don't know what it's a reference to, but like that scene in either Madagascar or whatever where Mort is on the wing of the plane, like ripping at the wires.
Oh my god! Yes!
There is a spot down at the back of the hole where just as it begins taking off, the raptor is attached to one of the back fins.
Oh my god.
And it is ripping at some of the wiring, but when it begins to take off, you watch as it sort of like looks up, like it realizes what's happening, turns and goes and spits, and a large glob of acid hits the side of the ship and rapidly rusts the metal, which the Rust Raptor immediately, like, kind of with its four hands kind of pulls into its mouth and eats, and then it sneaks inside the little hole.
Oh my god.
And the camera fast forwards. Little did they know. And the music returns. I genuinely had that planned from the moment, like, I'm not joking, that wasn't just because you said that, I genuinely had that scene planned from the moment that you got it as Arrival, and I forgot to do it because the cryostasis happened so fast.
Fucking xenomorph fucking raptor out here.
Well, seems that, I mean, I'm interested in going to the zoo if y'all are.
I actually am interested.
I'll go
I'm
with
just
you
gonna be
guys.
on the lookout for a raptor with a purple mark on his throat.
Zoo stream! So, you all make your way over to the Xeno Zoo. I'll give like a full narrative scene for this, for each of these, like at least the first time you go in, and then after that it'll be, you know, just the regular downtime action if you don't want more narrative or nothing important more than that happens.
Alright.
But, you all make your way in, and at the front entrance, there is kind of like a, what's the word for it? There's a bit of like a sort of like an information desk with like tour guides as well, but it's not quite the same as just a basic tour guide, as you are essentially at the entrance, you realize, forced to essentially fill out a little sheet on like you can just wander around and look, but part of the experience is the hands-on experience. You have to fill out a sheet of what creature you want to interact with today, and as long as it's one that is deemed not... like, they're not gonna let you, unless you get really convincing, they're not gonna let you interact with a creature that is mech-sized, because spoiler alert, there are mech-sized creatures in this zoo. Without being in your own mech, unless you convince them. But they do have smaller creatures as well in the area that they allow hands-on interactions with no problem. And you kind of walk in a little bit here, and I can give you guys some... Oh, I just realized Calista is still on the screen. I'm so bad at that. But you walk in, I can give you guys the little, like, smaller guided tour of some of the animals, or the beauty of this is if you want to, you can also just make an animal up of your choice that they have here in the zoo, and describe it to me as part of this. I do have some creature types, like, pre-prepared here if you want to see the ones that pre-exist. Otherwise... I'll just read out the downtime action for you, so you got deets here. Xeno Zoo downtime. So, in order to do the Xeno Zoo downtime, you state your intent and state the animal of choice. So, things like study, fight, befriend, etc. And any relevant pilot trigger. Then roll. And then, depending on your roll, things may happen to you. Okay. So we're all heading here for the first time. I'll give some small details. You can see they have like an area with some sort of like very, very similar to those like longer armed but like smaller monkeys with the slightly orange fur. Not the big ones that are like always vicious, but those just like kind of goofy looking ones with the super long arms that like drag along the ground like next to them whenever they're walking around. And the like lighter fur, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. But they have something similar to that in an area, but they have kind of like a variation to them. Every animal in here, you notice, each of the different zones that they're kept in is a sort of isolated zone with the environment for that animal. Orangutan? No, they're small... Hold on, let me see if I can look it up. Small monkey with really long arms. It's a gibbon! I can send a little image of the gibbon in the Discord so that you have an idea of what I'm talking about, because they are like super, super long-limbed dudes. If my thing would ever let me get the image, hello? Copy image. There we go, that's good enough.
Image is too large. 500 gigabytes.
Image machine broke. Bam. That is not the image, that is my... Okay. Hold on. Bro, why the fuck is Google Images not even functioning right now? Come on, bro. I'm gonna fucking crash out. Google needs to fix their shit. Copy image. Okay. Bam, bam, bam. There we go. That's what they look like.
Ah, yes. Okay, I know what you're talking
Okay.
And these ones, they're all sort of like slight variations. They seem like they're probably like the same species, but throughout each of the different areas and zones, they have like these encapsulated habitats, and you can tell that these are essentially technologically recreated environments from their home planets, because there are some that are like they kind of look like zebras a little bit, but the like end of the sort of equine body with the stripes turns into almost just like a hot gas vent. It's really fucking weird. Like, some of these things are really strange to kind of wrap your brain around. There's one that resembles almost like a panther type creature, but it has like a sort of almost Demogorgon style split to the bottom of its jaw when its mouth is open, and the top stays as like the sort of panther-like head. That actually kind of go invisible every so often. They like go invisible, pounce, become visible, and then like when they stalk off after fighting and stuff, they kind of vanish again. Not fully, it's still kind of that like shimmery, almost like Yautja Alien vs. Predator shimmer, but they do just kind of seem to have a natural shimmer to them. There is what looks like in a sort of like jungle environment, what looks like an unholy mixture between a honey badger and a black bear. It's like got sort of the striping of the honey badger and those big fucking claws that honey badgers have, but it's the size of like a large black bear or a small brown bear. These things are cubs, you realize, as you look at the enclosure next to it that have been separated from the adults. The adults are size 1. They are big fuckers, and they like are kind of pacing around their area, and like as they're going around, they like every so often get too close to another one, or one like gets over into an area that another one was pacing in, and immediately like a massive fight breaks out between the two, and like it is not pretty. It is two bears fucking each other up with even longer claws, essentially. It like the claws also give you a little bit of mole vibes. They are big. And I think the other thing that you see in there, as I go to my NPC roster to look at the other one that they would have here, because I forgot what the fuck it was called. Oh, by the way, the what's the word for it? The little like placard on those two that I just mentioned is the Ganther, Ganther, for the sort of panther-like creature, and Spite Bears. Well, the placard says Spit Bears, but then underneath it, it explains that Spit Bears were originally called this due to their electrified saliva that they are able to spit at a range, and they're technically more closely related to honey badgers in make and build, but they have colloquially gained the name Spite Bears from their ferocious and overly aggressive nature, and that some sayings across different areas that they're native even go, never cross a Spite Bear, never cross a Spite Bear, or they will be waiting for you around every corner. They essentially hold a grudge and are like basically the worst case scenario for any sort of brown bear. And then the final one that you see there is what looks to be like a large sort of what's the word? Yeah, like a large, almost what the fuck is the baboon? Baboons are the ones with the bright colored faces and stuff, right?
Believe so.
Okay, yeah. So, a baboon, like the dude from Lion King, basically. The circle of life. Fucking yeets the cub.
Okay.
But they are massive. Again, these are size 1 for the ones that they have in here. And they're kind
Actually,
of...
it's a mandrill.
Oh, okay. And they're kind of like swinging through this little area that they're in, but you almost don't notice them at first, because they kind of like sit in an area for a minute, and you watch as their fur, like, not the same as the invisible Ganther, but their fur, when they're sitting still, almost does the gecko thing, but almost like, optic fibers or whatever the hell those things are called, where the whole hair changes color, and it kind of like blends them into the spot where they're sitting still, but whenever they move, it kind of breaks and it returns to the fur's natural color, which is a sort of red and white, almost resembling a jester's hat around the head. And the little placard says the name of this creature is a jape.
So jape. Nice.
There are more creatures in this zoo, but those are the ones that you kind of see near the entrance area. I do also have a couple in here that I have not mentioned to you guys. So it's up to you still whether or not you want to go with one that I have created or whether you want to create your own here. But just as another quick reminder, you state your intent and what animal of the zoo your intent is with in order to do this bad boy.
No, our child has fallen into the jape exhibit. Quick. No. No.
The Lich goes back in time to write the timeline, kills the Haram Jape.
I mean, I have an idea, but if you wanna go shipwreck, you can go.
I was gonna say, like, as soon as the zoo people said that in order to get to the bigger creatures, you need to be in your mechs, I immediately went out and got my mech and came back.
Yeah, by the way, when you got off the ship, all of your mechs were fully reprinted.
Ooh, yay.
Oh,
nice.
I should have mentioned this before the break. My bad on that part. But you guys also gain a license level for completing that mission.
Oh, okay, yeah, so we're level 4.
Yes.
Well,
well, level 3
yeah,
technically, and then the quick stick puts you up to 4.
Okay, yeah.
Speaking of which, Repost is going to install her quick stick now, knowing that there's no worry about reactor stress, which you can also do that as well, Tungsten, if you want to.
I believe...
We'll do that.
Wait, no, he didn't. Yeah,
He went to, but he only had 1 reactor stress left, and it would have made his reactor go critical.
Yeah. But honestly, that would have been a funny thing. I level up. No.
Yeah, I mean, you did level up. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Can anyone spare me some repair points? But, yeah, at the end of this, including that, you should be license level 4. So feel free to either apply that now or apply that later at your will. But if you've got a plan for the place, if your mech isn't going to need to be involved, you can go ahead and continue with that while you're leveling yourself up as well.
Sure. I guess I'll go through mine, because it did say that adoptions were
they were available, yes. The like person behind the counter says, yeah, adoptions are available. The only thing is we do run a small hands-on session just to make sure that the animal kind of picks you as well, you know? We don't want to send anyone home with an animal that's going to cause them troubles once they've got home and then they have to bring it back. So we do at least have to fully, like, agree that it's a good match for you. You can, of course, come back multiple times and see the same animal. We'll put it on hold so that other patrons can't interact with that one. And we'll make sure that you can see the same one and maybe build a better relationship if it didn't go so well the first time. But, of course, if things go well, then you might be walking out of here with a new friend today. This is like an android in front of you, by the way. Like, still fully functional and, like causal, probably manipulated by, like, a in-business NHP that, like, runs all of the androids for the facility at once kind of vibe.
Okay.
So it is the equivalent still of a proper tour guide, and you can, like, ask it questions and things like that. But it's still a little robotic.
Yeah, so I'll go over and find the animal that caught my eye, and I'll be creating my own.
Okay, I'm all ears.
So
what
I
does
see,
the habitat look like as you first come up?
very sort of foresty jungle.
Okay,
type.
yeah. Like trees,
So,
trees, vines, underbrush.
trees, vines,
Gotcha.
like places to climb and burrow into and whatnot. And the creature that I see in there is pretty it's not small. It's about like the size of a lab, I guess, about a medium-sized dog.
Okay.
But it is not a dog. It has very similar features to like a red panda, but it has 6 legs and very like pearlescent fur.
6 legs and pearlescent fur. Okay. Does it have any sort of like strange trait that stands out about it in its normal environment, or does it just kind of behave and act like a normal dog, other than its appearance?
Yeah, I mean, it's very like it just behaves kind of like sort of sheepish in a sense, but like climbs, runs around, you know.
Okay.
It's having fun.
Easy enough. And what is the placard for this, like, creature's, like, species name? Or, like, creature name, whatever. Not the name you're giving it, basically. But, like, this whole species, because this is going into canon, essentially.
Yeah. We'll call them Yans.
Yan? Y-A-N?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And you, your intent is adoption, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay.
I was like, damn, that thing looks super fucking cute. I want it.
Do you have any relevant pilot skill trigger that you would like to apply to your interaction here and how you interact with this to assist with building the relationship?
Let's see. Okay. This is kind of I don't know. Yeah,
I'm
sure, why
willing
not?
to hear it.
Yeah, I think I can maybe spin this into something. Could I do like assault? And more in the sense of like playing with it, showing that I can assert dominance over it, and it'll be like, hey, I want to follow this guy. Assault's description is take part in direct and overt combat. Fight your way through a building that's pretty
packed
overt.
Packed with hostile mercenaries, trade shots over rain-slicked trenches, fight in chaotic microgravity. I would allow something else maybe, but I don't know if that one, like, that would be like a fucking heroic check with difficulty to make that work.
Okay.
Like, I will, like, I don't like saying no to things. I like putting a point of, like, you can try, but it's not likely. So if you absolutely want to do assault, it will be heroic with difficulty, which means you need a 20 or above for a success at all.
All right. Here, I'll change the direction I was going for. I was trying to be more playful and do something like that, but here, what I'll do is I will, kind of in the same vein, but this time with a more threatening aura.
I will allow threat. I will allow threat, yes, because assault is like your capability of like using guns and like stabilizing your aim while you're spinning in space and shit. But yes, I absolutely will allow that. It is just it's not going to be anything extra difficult. It's just going to be the regular like check requirements of the or the like regular effects of the downtime action. So there will be a bad effect on a 9 or below. On a 10 to 19 there will be a medium effect, and on a 20 plus there will be a big effect.
Okay. Oh.
Ooh, okay. On a 10 to 19, you succeed in what you were trying to do, either friendly or not, and will gain in perpetuity the ability to gain an accuracy against that creature type in checks related to the interaction. So, you successfully managed to adopt this creature. It would take more checks than just the one if this was going to be like a combat assistive sort of thing, more than just a pet. But you do successfully adopt one of these bad boys, and if you were to attempt to adopt one of the same creature again, you will have an accuracy on it.
Nice.
Now, the way that works is like if you had been studying a creature to learn how it worked, because maybe it's a creature you run into in missions or whatnot, then it would give you an accuracy on trying to understand something about it in the future, etc., even outside of that situation. But since your goal was just to adopt it, it makes you making friends with these and adopting them easier.
Nice.
So yes, you can go ahead and as the if you want to describe how the play session turns out, otherwise it'll just be a simple like the whatchamacallit, the person like approves, and kind of after your little kind of hands-on meet and greet.
Yeah, we'll just I just kind of walk in, and it just kind of curiously comes up to me, and then I just stand there.
And it is like a dog in the face as well, right? I didn't quite catch if you said anything different for the face.
It's more like I said, kind of like more foxish in a sense.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So just kind of a...
Still, yeah, kind of dog, but...
Gives like one of those little like chirp things.
Yeah, and I just kind of like stare down at it with my lenses and just like sort of mog this animal.
Literally like fucking staring at it, like you don't look down at it, you stare out of the bottom of your lenses, and like just like the stoic fucking shadow cast from the light in the room, it just like kind of without even like reacting in any way, shape, or form, just kind of like moves behind you and starts following just behind you anytime you move around the room. And the handler like is a little confused at first, and they kind of like go to pick it up because you almost failed this check, and they like are going to take it away, but the moment that they take it away thinking that it was just like kind of following you and not really interested in being with you, but more like maybe trying to figure you out or scared of you, but the moment that you pick it, or that she picks it up, it just like immediately starts wriggling like a cat that you've been holding for too long, and like doing that same like chirp little sound, and she sets it back down and it kind of like wags its... Does it have a tail?
Yes, it has a tail.
Okay, wags its tail. I don't know, this is your creation, I don't want to speak over what it has. But wags its tail and kind of circles back around to walking behind you. And she goes, well, I wasn't entirely sure at first, but it looks like that one seems to be for you. I guess that's an approval. And they're like, they give you like a thumbs up, and the sort of like face, like, are the little digital kind of display eyes to give them light up green. If you have a name for it now, you can let us know, or you can save it for later.
Save for later. I haven't really thought of anything right now.
Yeah, no worries. Shipwreck, do you want to go first, or do you want Repost to go next?
You go next, because I was kind of thinking on some... Because I'm gonna make my own...
Yeah, no worries. Repost... Do I try to do one of these? My mech is still size 1. Well, technically 1/2, because I'm going back to the regular goblin. Is it this one? I swear this one was... Sorry, I'm looking at... Okay, that's the one that's size 2. I was like, I don't want to go for one that's size 2 with a size 1/2 mech, because I'll probably have to convince them still. Repost is going to go over to a sort of... It's a little side area, and it's another creature that I haven't described yet, as she kind of turns a corner and finds an area where it's a much larger sort of open containment area that is replicating a sort of arid savanna-esque landscape, a little better than the desert that you guys were just in, but still very dry. And like, she's just kind of wandering like in her goblin mech, which is back to rage bait, and is just kind of like glancing around looking for something to catch her eye, and she turns the corner and sees this savanna and is confused because she doesn't see any animals at first, because there's a couple like natural bits of terrain in there and stuff, but there's this like weird really tall tree that's almost like 30 feet long, and she kind of gets close and it moves, and she watches as this massive rhino with a near 30-foot long horn kind of, or I guess this one would probably only have nearly, what was the reach on that? Oh no, yeah, reach of 3. So nearly 30-foot long horn kind of on their like nose is just like this weirdly, like, unbelievably lopsided but massive and majestic animal. And she's like pressed up against the glass with like the lenses on the goblin mech, and her eyes underneath just like widening as her jaw drops. Oh no, this is supposed to be a size 2. Wait, no, no, mammoths would probably be about size 1. A mammoth-sized rhinoceri known as a rhinonaut, so large that many cities can even be planned around avoiding their migration routes, as the first few colonies of Union that came across them learned the hard way that there is nearly nothing you can do to convince them to not go where they want to go, especially in large numbers. And they have the capacity to go from lumbering to faster than a train for short bursts. So it's best to stay out of their way. And she just like presses up against it, and the sort of tour guide looks at her in the, like, mech that she's in and looks at it and goes, "You are a licensed Lancer, right?" And she just goes, "Yes," and just, like, pulls out her ID card without moving away from the glass. And they're like, "Alright, well, you did sign the warranty at the entryway, so..." And she keycards to let her in. She's not insane enough to go for one of these adults, because she's not going that route, but she is going to try and steal one of their kids. She's hitting a straight crib swap with the Rage Bait mech here. I am going to... So, again, I run these as kind of skill checks, which I will allow effects outside of necessarily, like, things that directly affect a skill check to kind of add benefit here in a similar way. So I'm going to use one of the spells from my goblin, or I guess spells isn't the right word. One of the, one of the systems from my goblin, cough cough. I'm going to... deploy construct ideal image to kind of assist myself with this. So false idol, that's the one, false idol. I choose a free space within sensors and a target, either myself or an allied character within sensors, and create a false idol and illusory decoy of the target. I'm gonna, I will say, since it does require me to make this of an ally normally, I'm gonna have to make a systems check on this, just to see if I can kind of warp this to help me in this scenario. And if I do get it to help me, it'll give me an accuracy on the downtime roll. I have a +2 on systems. Does my... No, I don't think that would affect it. Bam. That's a 17, baby. Okay. So I kind of like temporarily warp the... I look at the baby Rhinonaut and just like really convince myself that it's an ally, because that's my pet now. Like, it's mine. Of course it's an ally. And I create a duplicate. I create a false idol, an illusory decoy of my target in the chosen space. Before attempting to take any hostile actions against the target, characters within line of sight must make a system save. On a fail, they don't lose it, but can't target the original. The idol is the same size as the target, etc, 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 etc. It is a false idol. It's an illusory decoy, but it should stick as far as understanding how this works. So, that'll give me an accuracy on my final check here, and I'm going to attempt... Do I want to I guess charm is the best thing I can do here, right? Because I was thinking about what I could do to try and mess with it, but it's gotta be charm, which will be a plus of 4, I believe, right? Yes, a plus of 4. Boink. Oh wait, I have an accuracy, so I gotta roll a d6. Please get good on this d6 game. Please, I beg of thee. Because that was a 5 on the base roll. Ooh. Okay. So I like create the illusory decoy of it to try and like keep the mom like thinking that that's the real one, and get it to kind of come over my way, and like I try and coax it over. Quote, on a 9 or below creature attack, you describe how the creature got the drop on you, and then you will either start the next mission with half pilot HP or half mech HP. Stress and stuff is fine, it's just that first health bar if it's mech. However, next time you get this result with the same creature, you can treat it as if you rolled a 10 to a 19 instead. So I'm like trying to like coax it over, and I like have like a bit of like, I don't know what rhinos eat. Celery? I think they're herbivorous. I just like am like waving sticks of celery to try and like draw it over to me. And the mom sees the false idol and is convinced. The dad, however, as there's a right behind Repost, as she like slowly turns, and there, standing behind her, is, quote, from the fact that this one specifically has a separate different stat block, a Rhinonaut Elder, and it's just like running around the fucking like enclosure trying to avoid this thing. There's like a part where it like catches between the legs of the mech and like tosses her up. She flips through the air and lands on its back and is like holding on for dear fucking life, and it starts like slamming into the sides of the different like cages. Her mech is getting damaged, and she like after a moment manages to like hop off of it, and the like security, or not security bot, the like guide bot who is leading her around over here, seems like had, before it even was visible to Repost, called the security up, and they arrived with stasis tech as a couple Napoleons run up and sort of like charge through. Napoleon mechs, by the way, size 1/2 and actually fairly commonly used as higher tech guards in some locations, even in civilian areas. There may have been a few that you might have noticed in the Crucible previously, but they immediately rush up and immediately start like stasis bolting its horn as it's attacking, and like preventing it from being able to continue. And then eventually, once they get to a point where Repost makes it outside the room, they like get into the center of the room with the thing, and one of them does the big sort of blink space bubble, or that sort of prevents anything within it from leaving, etc., and is just like rodeo clowning it for a little bit while the other one gets into position and also activates it, which pins it in place momentarily. And after a few moments go by and the blink space bubbles drop, it seems like it kind of like lands back on its feet and walks back out, like huffing and snuffing a little bit, but has ended its rampage. Wow. So that didn't go well for me. What about you, Shipwreck?
Okay. You see, as I get in my mech, and I'm just kind of wandering around, same as Repost was. And then I see something familiar. Almost like a place I've been. A habitat that looks exactly like my homeworld.
Okay.
And as I look in, I see a very familiar predator. Very big. It's size 1 foot.
Gotcha.
It is basically a mix of a hyena and a Komodo dragon.
What is the name of this creature's species?
I have not really thought of it yet. It's...
If you want to continue describing it, I could give it a name for you, but...
yeah. The...
iguana.
yeah. The... kind of body of the Komodo dragon, the kind of posture of the hyena, though, the tail is a little bit more bigger than normal for a Komodo dragon, and the laugh.
Funny because I actually have a creature stat block that I didn't describe earlier that I can just attribute to this.
Oh, nice.
Because they are
And
size 1.
the laugh, instead of it being one of those high-pitched, it's a very low, very resonating laugh.
Kind of like a...
Yeah, and it'll kind of like go deeper if it's like in danger or something.
Gotcha, gotcha.
And the stripes of it are very hyena-like.
Bigger than a Komodo, aren't they like 9 feet long? Yeah, I'm assuming size 1 things reach an average height of about 10 feet as well. So imagine something that is like when it kind of like pushes itself up on its front legs and like stands tall like it's looking around. It's probably also about 10 feet tall. Like these things go toe to toe with 10-foot tall mechs in size, if it's size 1. But you kind of look down at the placard and you see the title, Big Guana.
Nice.
A pretty obvious play on the words big and iguana, playing off of its sort of like Komodo dragon lizard-esque vibes. And this one is a what's the word for it? They hunt in packs similar to hyenas typically. Though the packs tend to be small as they're large creatures, and finding enough food to feed something like that, unless they're on an already like creature heavy place where they're kind of the apex, can be difficult. But it is kind of like a small grouping of maybe like 4 or 5 adults and their children in most packs. The children don't fight though, they just kind of like stick near the parents and the parents do all of that for them. But their call does tend to attract more from the area if they're a native animal, as they know that even though they may not be from the same pack, if they all work together on the kill, they'll all like get a little bit of something while they're working on it. So they do kind of tenuously work together, but the moment that the kill happens, that sort of tenuous friendship can break up and turn into fighting again in some cases. Big creatures, and their tails do detach in not in times of fear though. They detach specifically in moments where they want them to detach because an enemy like has a hold of them, and they don't tend to run when it detaches. They use it as an opportunity to bite, like get a free attack while the enemy has like whatever their tail is in it. But
and
is the
I
big one?
do want to try to tame one of these.
Okay. What is your pilot trigger that you wish to try and use to help tame one of these?
Give me 1 second to look at my pirate triggers. I want to use survive.
Okay.
I'm going to try to get in there and basically like take some of the. Well, no, I'm not trying to take it out of the enclosure yet.
So survive would be like you kind of going in there, and since this is an environment that is attuned to mimic your homeworld, since that's where this is from, you like survive would be like you coming out and like stepping out of all of your like pilot gear, like your armor and stuff like that, and trying to kind of like, I guess almost like in a similar way to Tungsten, I guess, kind of be like, I am out here and I am not afraid of you kind of thing. I would allow that in that scenario.
Yeah, we'll try it, because I did level up this before this, and I do have a +6 in survive now, so... Yeah, we'll try it. I will pop out of my armor and kind of, like, almost hunterish instinct walk forward with almost no fear.
Like the first human approaching the first wolf and leading to the line of dogs. Go ahead and give me a roll here. Let's hope you don't just become wolf food.
Let's hope! It's a statistic, so let's roll.
That is a 14.
14.
Okay. On a 14, 10 to 19. You succeed in what you were trying to do, either friendly or not, and will gain in perpetuity the ability to gain an accuracy against that creature type in checks related to the interaction. Now, this is a size 1 creature that is capable of combat, so what this means is you have succeeded in taming it essentially one of the 2 times. So for these more difficult ones, like fully grown and combat capable, you'll need to succeed a couple times against them, usually probably only 2, which means that if you dedicate your next downtime action to this as well, and manage to at least pull a success, you will succeed. Another reminder though is, even if you do your second downtime action and fail, if you go for that same creature next time you have downtime actions, a 9 or below will be treated as if it was a 10 to 19 instead, which will get you your second success. So the maximum number of times that you would ever have to do this with a same creature would be 4. If you got a 9 or below and failed, and then a 9 or below and failed, but then it became a 10 to 19, and then a 9 or below and failed, and then a 9 or below, which makes it a 10 to 19. So you will make progress no matter what.
Okay.
So you rolled that one, so you've got the 1 success in that, which means that I think what happens is it like sees you out in its area and kind of like does that like sort of out the same way that like big lizards and alligators move on land. It does that like sort of wide front-armed charge with its mouth partway open towards you. And when you don't move as it gets near, it kind of like veers off to the side and like takes a bit of distance and then charges again, and you don't move and it veers away at the last moment. You're essentially winning the game of chicken that it's trying to play because it doesn't know what you are.
Yeah.
And at the second charge like that, it kind of goes to the back and like closes its mouth and just kind of like hunkers down. Like it's not hiding, but it like hunkers down a little lower and kind of like puts its eyes almost like at your like body level and seems to be watching you from a distance. But anytime you try to get closer, it like scurries away and keeps distance.
Okay.
So the sort of lady goes, okay, well, it looks like you've definitely made a little bit of progress here. We've seen some people get completely just like swallowed whole by one of these dudes, and we have to do an emergency like surgery to get them out without damaging the animal too bad. But you know, you did pretty good here. So let's see. We'll go ahead and since it seems like you're building a bit of a connection with this one, do you have a name for him? Just we can put it on the paperwork.
I'll name him after my uncle who lost an arm to one of these. Louis.
Johnny Goldenhand? I mean, what?
Johnny Goldenhand. Louis.
Louis. Okay, well, we'll definitely make sure that Louis is registered in the system as a prospect for 1 tungsten here. Or, sorry, not tungsten, fuck. 1 shipwreck
nice.
here.
I get a giant lizard and it.
But one shipwreck here, and we'll make sure that any other animals that are interacted with, for the most part, will be others of the pack. Of course, you can come back whenever you'd like, as long as they haven't passed away from old age and or infighting. They should still be available for you.
Well, that's good to know. Good to see that they're not, well, bored in here. I know I would get bored.
We provide them with plenty of stimulation for their environment, and they kind of like point over, and there's like what's the word for it? Fuck, I was gonna make a joke. A Rubik's cube. There's just like a human-sized Rubik's cube in like the corner of the area, kind of covered in dirt.
If that's your entertainment, then they are bored as shit, just waiting for people to come in here and to eat them.
I don't know, it's kind of what they do on their own planet, so that sounds like enrichment to me. She just like kind of turns and
you're
continues.
right.
But that is the first downtime action. What would you all like to do for the second before the next mission kicks off? There is the Paracausal Theater, as well as the beach resort. I will say the Paracausal Theater does have, what's the word for it? The sort of like selling point, cough, 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 the thing you get from the Paracausal Theater is, experiences, lived experiences, which it's such a deep neural dive that you actually do essentially live those experiences, meaning that one might gain skill triggers or advanced skill triggers of some kind. Now, what I will say about the Paracausal Theater specifically is that you will essentially gain a custom skill trigger or advance one that you've gained at the theater every time that you go there. But if you get a critical success, you will gain or advance a custom trigger gained at the Paracausal Theater and be able to add one to any other pilot skill trigger, whether you have it or not. So this is it's a bit of a custom ability kind of farm situation, if you get what I'm saying. You won't, like, for example, the preset pilot abilities of the like apply fist to faces, stuff like that. You don't gain those typically when you go there, but you do gain a custom one related in some way, shape, or form, whatever you want for the most part. Related to the movie and the experience of the movie that you put yourself through. But if you roll really high, you'll get that custom one, as well as be able to add one to any skill trigger of your choice.
Okay.
I think Repost is, she's breaking her chain of pub crawls after missions, and I think she is going to go to the Paracausal Theater for her second downtime action before the next mission. Otherwise, you can do whatever other downtime actions you want to do. Still an option.
I know I'm gonna continue with the zoo and try to get the biguana Louis. I almost forgot his name. I cannot forget his name.
First name Louis, last name Baton. He's gonna be a handbag. So
I literally was thinking about that, but I was like, how could I theme it? Louis Gavon, or like.
What about you,
or like
Tungsten? Though, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'm gonna go diving.
I unfortunately do not have that book.
What? But it's in the little downtime
Yeah,
action thing.
that has the ones from all the books, and it has the like details, everything except for the table that you have to roll on for it, and that is only in the expansion book for the GM.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Karnyx tried to use that one a couple sessions back too.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna go to the beach resort.
Okay. Hell yeah.
I'm gonna be like, catch you guys later. I'm going for some well-deserved R&R. After, losing my mech twice in the span of a day.
Yeah.
And,
Alrighty.
So
you make your way on over to the beach resort. Beach resort. There it is. So describe the kind of relaxation / vacation you're taking at the beach resort, and whatever relevant skill trigger you think may work for that.
I really don't have a relevant skill trigger.
Well, so like think about like when you went there before. There was like the surfing and the like sandcastle building and stuff like that. If you want to do something like that again as like part of the vacation.
Okay.
Or a different activity if you've got something in mind.
No, that won't work. I'm really just gonna yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, I'm gonna go up to like say like the hostess like area, and
Yes.
I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be very like Karen-esque and just be like, I demand the best like spa package that you have at this location. I'm trying to make a threat, and
I'll allow it, yeah. It's like I will have you fired if you don't give me the best of the best. Yeah, no difficulty, no nothing like that. You get to add your threaten to this bad boy.
And I did, because as you guys are doing all that, I did put more points into that with my level ups. So, 22.
On a 20 plus, Paradise Found, you have a legendary time, so much so that returning at the end of this downtime feels a bit like being shackled back to a job. Describe the most epic moment of the vacation, whether ultra relaxing or something fun happened. Then gain 2 ideal performance state reserves. However, you must make a skill check right now of your choice to do something that reignites your passion for being a Lancer, or you will have impaired for the entire first scene of the next mission.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Can be anything. I'm willing to accept wider reaching stuff for these sorts of things as well, but it's just something that you do to reignite your passion for being a Lancer.
Sure.
And it's only a difficulty of like 10, like base difficulty stuff, so.
Yeah. I guess I'll do like do like a blow something up check. Like, say I
Does this maybe tie into the epic moment of the vacation as well a little bit? I feel like you could do some shenanigans blowing something up while you're at the resort.
Yeah, we'll say that now that I'm not like on a time trial, I make the most epic sandcastle ever. And then like, everyone around is like, ooh, ah. And then I'm just like, haha, and then I just fucking click a trigger and just explode.
You click a button, you recreate this basically like almost like Disney castle level, like sand castle with like arches between different towers and like the sort of like somehow like bulbous top that's bigger than the base supporting it, but it's like perfectly structural. And you click the button and a miniature Barbarossa made of sand like rises up out of the ground from a bit of tech that you built to it and fires a miniature apocalypse rail that fires like a high pressure sand blast and blows the entire thing apart, and everyone is losing their mind. Like, it fucking hits galactic news. Repost isn't there, and she, like, sees people in her chat talking about the, like, sand Barbarossa, and she's, like, so confused about what the fuck is happening until someone sends her, like, someone else's random POV. That was epic. Okay. Now for the Paracausal Theater. Unless you want to go first, Inherited Fire. I do always take backseat if you guys want to go first.
No, you go first.
Okay. Paracausal Theater. So here's how this one works. You state the movie type that you go to see and what trigger you're going to use, and then roll. The movie type that I'm going to see is The Matrix 25. It's a remake of the Matrix that was passed down from licenses to a couple other people to be a remake of the Matrix. And I'm going to use... Ooh, what skill trigger do I want to use here? Let's use... It's not the best, but you know, I'll take... Ooh, I'm gonna do Show Off. Yeah, I'm gonna do Show Off. Do something flashy, cool, or impressive, usually but not exclusively with your weapon. Like shooting a very small or rapidly moving target, shooting someone's hat off or the weapon out of their hand, knocking someone out by throwing a gun at them, performing an acrobatic flourish with a sword, throwing a spear to a fleeing target, etc. So, I'm going to, like, there's I think what happens is the narrative scene that happens here is, well, I guess I should probably do it, but I'm going to do some badassery if I do well here. I got a +4 to this. Bam. Come on, baby. That's a 16. So... on a 10 to 19, you chose a character that does well throughout the movie and or your choices get them to a good ending. Describe what your character goes through and the lesson they learn and or the lessons they learned. Then gain a new custom skill trigger at +1 related to the movie of your choice, or increase one gained previously by yourself or the GM this way. Little bit of a spoiler alert. On a 9 or below, you choose a character with an unfortunate outcome, whether by accident or choice, and your choices mid-movie didn't help the matter. That one, you gain a custom skill trigger of the DM's creation at +1 that is likely humorous or oddly specific related to a scene in the movie. Or they can increase one you've already gained from this effect by 1. So if you get a failure on this one, you still get a +1 custom check, but it's a humorous one of the DM's choice. Higher than that, you get a +1 custom of your choice related to it. And what I'm going to gain a +1 to is... my custom skill trigger that I will gain from this will be... She's Beginning to Believe. And this will be specifically about, like, hacking into things that... What's the word for it? Like, not, like, a lot of these skill triggers will not apply in combat, as most skill triggers don't, unless you're making a skill trigger check specifically for it. But this will be essentially like a, a alternate sort of like hacking focused thing that is focused around like this sort of like weird paracausal hacking shit that fucks with reality and stuff like that. So is a +1. And I think what happens is with the show off, she does like that scene where there's the sort of like and like the back spin, and she's doing that. But the thing she does to show off is she alters the scene where she twirls her pistols, and as she's leaning backwards, she fires back and is like hitting the like different agents with the bullets as she's firing back to sort of upscale the scene a little bit and add her own little flair with the show off. That is that for this one. Yeah, +1 of your choice. Okay, that's mine done. Off to I guess Shipwreck. I keep saying Inherited Fire because that's your frickin' mech name that we keep seeing. Shipwreck?
Uh-oh.
Karnyx?
Sorry, I didn't know I was muted. My bad.
Ah, you're good.
Oh no, go on, I got him.
So you're going back for Louis, right?
Yes, I am going back for Louis.
Okay. So, same vibe, I'm assuming. Still a tame check, and still using survive, right? Or do you want to try something else?
Could I use spot? Could I like spot like?
I just need you to tell me what you're using spot to do to help you with taming this dude.
Yeah.
It can be anything, like spotting something on him, or spotting something he needs help with, or spotting like food that you could give to him. There's choices. I just need you to be the one to tell me what you're doing.
Can I spot like and see like what his like movements, what he's doing like most of the day, and like trying to like see his like patterns, basically trying and seeing if I can like maybe accommodate.
I feel like technically that would be investigate, but I will allow it.
Ah. Okay. Still a +6. So
Yeah,
the statistic bonus doesn't change.
You do have 1 accuracy with taming this creature because of your previous success.
Alright, let's see. Oh my god, 31.
31. 19 +6 +6. Jesus
Wow.
fuck. Okay, let me just describe this one for you. On a 20+, friend for life. On a 30+, I'll just say inseparable. You make a friend for life, whether through earning respect or establishing dominance through combat or befriending. Describe the scenario where you finally make the connection, and if it's a smaller animal that you're interacting with, it becomes a pet that you now own. If it's a larger animal that you are interacting with in your mech, you gain them as a combat-capable companion. Don't forget a name. Fun fact, combat-capable companions can come with you on missions, if you want to. But also keep in mind,
they can
unless you want to like scan them and like start like get a sequence so that you can reprint them, they can die.
Yeah, they can die. I will protect him with my life.
I mean, you can also just leave them like on the ship, or like at headquarters, or like in whatever like place that you're making camp is. You can leave them outside the combat and like tell them not to. But go ahead and describe the final scenario and how you make this connection fully.
Basically, like as I'm watching his routine, I noticed that he always goes by a certain corner of the area because it's like the least crowded for him. So I just go over there and kind of sit in that area waiting for him, and when he comes by, I just I'm there and I let him sit there, and then once he sits there, I slowly reach my hand out and just slowly start to pet him. And just help
Get
him
a little
relax.
temporary image in here, because this is the thing I had in mind for what these creatures looked like when I was creating them myself. Which is funny, because what you said kind of lined up really well with it as well. One sec, I'm just getting the image saved. You can continue, though.
And as I am petting it, I find like a spot along where its neck and shoulder blades meet that it can't normally reach, and I start scratching at it for him. And he seems to like it really, really well. He, almost like dogs do, the back leg starts trying to scratch at it.
Yeah, the little
And
like
his
dum,
head-
dum, 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 dum.
Yeah.
Louis is yours. I don't know why it keeps doing this with the fucking white background, but whatever. For some reason, a lot of like images that don't have a white background have been applying a white background when I download them recently, which has been pissing me off. But that's what you... I guess I'll shrink them down a little bit. Oh, that's the wrong way. That's basically what you're dealing with here. Frickin' Monster Hunter Jagras.
Yeah. No, that fits perfectly, actually. That's... Damn, yeah.
But, you are provided with, like, a really basic leash. It's good for something of this size, but there is, like, no tech in it. It's just, like, a collar and a leash, and they kind of, like, pop it on and hand it to you.
I'm basically writing this thing out. I'm a size 1/2 mech. This is a size 1 creature.
As you're writing it out, just roll me a d6, why don't you?
Uh-oh. Okay. Oh no, I
You
should
don't want
have
a 1 or a 2. Oh no, it's not about you, dude.
Oh, okay.
Gotta get a big saddle, ride him into battle.
3.
You know, I'm gonna be so real with you. Even though I said it's a 1 or a 2, guess what? It was gonna be a 1, 2, or a 3.
God damn it, okay. Oh
running through the halls past you, a certain raptor with a purple marking on its throat that up until this point had been unnoticed, kind of like managing somehow unnoticed, but like runs past you and this biguana as you're running, or as you're riding it out. I need you to make a what is it, a pull rank check? Hold on.
That's gonna be a +0.
Hold on, I'm double checking here. Not pull rank, I think there's a better one. I would allow charm, stay cool, take control, or threaten. I will allow any of those 4.
I have none of them. So
okay, so it'll be a flat roll. No difficulty, no minuses. You just want above a 10. Louis
I don't think my grit's added
immediately.
to this.
No, it is not.
And
Louis immediately rears back, seeing this fast-moving creature run past it and make a sound, and starts chasing it.
Oh no.
And you guys go on a outside the pen.
Basically.
He's like knocking like carts of like tourist pamphlets and stuff over as he's like scrabbling around corners. Like it's the most you can do to prevent him from like accidentally or like maybe intentionally like eating people. Like you pull back on him a couple times when he does that, but nothing that you're doing is stopping him. Until eventually it like runs and leaps out a window on like the first story or second story, first story above the ground, like right here on the side of the building pretty much. and tumbles down to the ground, and Louis crashes out right after it, and
Jesus.
just like by the time you hit the ground and he kind of like tumbles and whatnot, you both do.
Oh shit.
I believe fall damage. I'm actually curious. Let me check what fall damage rules are. Falling. Characters take damage when they fall 3 or more spaces. So, riding on top of this thing is enough to prevent you from taking damage in this scenario, especially if you're in your mech.
Okay.
And you, like, tumble down and sort of, like, like, roll across the ground for a moment before coming to a stop. And by the time you guys get back to your feet, he is nowhere to be seen.
Jesus.
I want you to give a name to this rival raptor.
You're gonna have to come back to me on that
That's
one.
fine. We can get it
Yeah.
like next session or something as well if need be.
Yeah.
But I do want you to come up with the name for it.
All right. Okay.
And
I have to just say Roadrunner. Fucking the Roadrunner from fucking Coyote and Roadrunner.
Sorry, I'm triple checking because I feel like I. Oh yeah, I didn't describe what the ideal performance state reserve is that you gained, because you did mark that you gained 2 of those, right, Tungsten?
Yes, I was actually about to ask, what was it again? I'm sorry.
Yes, so ideal performance state is a representation of your body being in, like, perfect form and, like, none of the wear and tear from the previous mission coming to bother you. You've gone through the ringer and got yourself out the other side. And it essentially is a reserve that can be used either in mech or in pilot. In mech mode, it gives you a quick action as a free action, and then consumes itself, as you are able to kind of like quickly utilize the controls of your mech a lot more effectively for a quick moment just to get something done in an emergency. But if you're in pilot, it gives you a full action as a free action, because sometimes it takes a full action to do things for pilots, where in mechs it would be a quick action. So it gives you that same sort of capability of maneuvering and whatnot.
Okay.
And both of those reserves will last essentially until used, or you go to the beach resort again.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. I'm so fucking relaxed right now.
The final thing that I will kind of give y'all as you sort of begin all converging and making your way back to the moment of returning to SSC headquarters. Hold on, I'm pretty sure I remember there being
I bring Leo in.
Oh, you can absolutely. It's big enough for mechs.
Okay, amazing. I'm just walking him everywhere. He's with me everywhere now.
I thought I had a good sort of news bulletin song on this one. Sure, that sounds news bulletin-y enough. A news bulletin comes up informing you that new large-scale corporations have officially come onto the scene, breaching their first trillion in production, and are now new up-and-comers to the sort of scene alongside SSC, ISPN, etc. And a little small info docket is disclosed on each of them. The first of which being Intercorp. The sort of news broadcaster goes. Now, of course, we all have probably heard the name Intercorp around, especially if you're on some of the more distant colonized planets, though you may not have heard it in the scale of mech warfare, but it seems they are dipping their toes in as well. Intercorp, of course, known for being one of the largest space exploration and cartography companies, are one of the current lead colonizers of the Orion Arm, having, where is it? There it is. Having constantly been on the lookout for inhabitable planets and deep space mining opportunities. They've since been managing to raise their shareholder prices by holding a stake in most of the smaller companies founded on the planets discovered by them. While this, of course, makes Intercorp a newly founded, vast and expansive corporation, let's see if their decentralized mindset here will be able to keep up with the needs of the modern corporation and its competitors. Secondly, on the industry up-and-coming board, we've got another Ailean Modern Industrial. Their catchphrase, of course, unparalleled in motion, being attributed to the fact that this company seems to have come straight out of, well, honestly, kind of hell itself, a bit of a wasteland. There's not much there. It's full of toxic rays enough to give people cancer. They're people who have made it through some of the toughest environments there really is in their world, and they are not adapted for it. So suffice to say, anything they put together is going to be tough enough to withstand the roughest the universe has to give. And there is a quick little flashpoint showing a few of the new mechs that they have on offer as well, for those of you at the table, repost included, who haven't picked what license they're going into for license level 4 yet. They flash by the Argus, which is one of Intercorp's more popular ones, as the Argus is actually one of the oldest. It was used to help colonize some areas of the new planets and explore the frontiers, and it is equipped with a sophisticated drone companion, essentially a fully mechanized animal companion that assists in various ways throughout their Bloodhound systems, as the Bloodhound drone is, while being one of the most sophisticated pieces of Intercorp drone technology, is still one of the oldest frames they've made. There's also the, from Intercorp as well, the Karnyx, a strange, almost entirely, immensely, it's described as incalculably complex, to the point where apparently this has become the sort of by and large, well, to put it bluntly, they had to turn the incalculable shit into odds and probability that someone could understand about the ways that it crosses and messes with timelines. So the pre-built base package literally turns it into casino games, as it kind of has these strange, almost like paracausal cards that manifest around, floating around it, revealing the different things that it can do and whatnot. And then on the IMI side, the first one that it shows is the Austria, a large bird of prey looking almost mech that, well, large isn't the right size, it's only a size 1, but it is a large bird of prey design with these massive talons at the bottom of the mech's feet. And the little docket that they show of it just in action shows it dropping, like, from completely off-screen, almost unnoticed, with a whistling sound as it falls through the just air cutting around it, and it impacts on a mech like a bird landing on a prey from miles up, and just knocks the mech to the ground and clicks its claws into it and starts ripping pieces of it off. and then followed quickly by the where is it? There it is. The Squamish. Right? That's the right one, right? No, not the Squamish. Fuck. The Cicero? Trying to find the nope, that's not it. Where is this bitch? Is it the Foen? The Foen, there we go. Where the camera sort of pans back over and reveals that this Austria had just been launched from a larger mech kind of back a ways from the scene, almost like the way they catapult forward like jets and things to give them enough lift on airplane carriers and stuff like that, or at least like they used to. It essentially kind of is like cooling down from launching this thing high up into the air so that it could get its landing attack. As well as there's a small update on the currently, what's the word for it? The currently active companies, as GMS has come out with their new Sierra variant of the Everest, a squad-based Everest, where a sort of mobile command leader with a communications device and the reactor attached to them is able to command a small squad of subalterns effectively as if it were one chassis, as well as a new variant of the Barbarossa, which catches your eye, Tungsten, the Triton variation, a version which is adapted more or less for the sort of direct, like, mech scale combat of, like, running around sort of 3D environment, whatever terrain you want to throw at it. As fun facts, mech's jump height and distance is based off of, or is like partially based off of their size. So a Barbarossa can actually at least jump, I think, 3 spaces up. So you can make some distance with the Barbarossa. But this Triton variation has completely replaced the typical sort of two-legged and two-armed mobile style with an actual treaded tank tread. Now this tank is still not quite as big as the Barbarossa, it's only a size 2, but a size 2 is still massive even for a tank. And what it kind of loses in mobility, it mentions that it makes up for in its capability of mounting even larger weapons despite not having the Apocalypse Rail. They realized that the Apocalypse Rail would still kind of it's sized down to a size 2, and it, let's just say, firing it the first time melted the crew, so they realized that wasn't an option for that variation. And there's a, like, there it is, the final one that they show is the new SSC released mech, the Red Admiral, a variant of the Swallowtail. This is one intended for flight, essentially. Imagine if you took a Swallowtail and removed the spider legs and gave it, like, jet boosters for legs to be able to fly up into the air and fire from there. So those kind of come up across the little broadcast there. And right as that finishes off, the comms link comes back up, and Callista goes, "Alright, Lancers, I've picked another mission for you that was sent down on the approved missions for SSC agents. This isn't a list, mind you, that is specifically kept by High Command. This is just the general bounty list. So like I said before, I try to avoid getting any of the more shady things involved with you guys. I don't want to see any sort of under-the-table stuff like that come across your plate again. This one seems pretty straightforward for the most part, from what I can tell at least. And she's just like, there's like a moment of apprehension in her voice where she's like not even sure if she would be able to tell, but she tried at least. And she says, it looks like a Harrison Armory owned Forge World. A Forge World, for those of you who don't know, is a world that is essentially one massive factory. The idea is it is entirely autonomously ran by subalterns and NHPs and the like, for a company, for them to mine resources, manufacture it into things, etc., etc., etc. And she says this is a Harrison Armory Forge World where apparently recently all of the different communications off of the planet have rapidly ceased. The planet still seems to be functioning from what we can tell, but according to the bounty, and she kind of like pulls up the listed like bounty, they seem to be burning the planet. And she pulls up sort of like a low resolution digital like orbital image of the planet, and you can't make out much. It's mostly like a green planet for the most part, even like there's a couple different shades of green, but there's one spot on it that is like sort of like a darker black color. And she kind of points at it and goes, reports from passing ships say that there's apparently a burning of some kind happening on the planet itself. We don't know why. Like I said, all comms and contact from things off the planet seems to have disconnected in some way, shape, or form. They say that they've sent in some teams previously, and she kind of like points at a part that lists a separate squad or two that were sent into this planet by Harrison Armory previously. And she points at the part that at the end that just says, but they never made it back off the planet. No idea why, no comms, no nothing. They said they were making contact with some of the subalterns that like were on the planet, and silence. So we're not exactly sure what's going on there. We're gonna have to send you guys in to get the details. What I will say is, though, I don't like the odds of dropping you guys off over here. And she kind of like taps the spot where the burn is again. And she says, this is where the main manufactory of the planet should be. If that's the case, the subalterns that were engaged before comms were cut would probably be localized here. I don't want to bring the ship anywhere closer than I have to, so I would prefer to drop you guys off somewhere over here. And she points at like an area still in the green zone, but a little ways away from the burn line. And she goes, the best reports we've got on this burn is it seems like a bunch of Gengises are being mobilized. I don't know why they're torching the planet, but that's the best we've got. No one's really made it on planet and got off to give any info on elsewise, so all we've got are these sort of satellite aerial orbital, that's the words, orbital imagery and scans to go off of. Any further questions?
Is the Order gonna surprise us with another goddamn mission?
I hope not. Current mission is to get to the bottom of whatever is causing this burn. Suspicions are high that it's an NHP of some kind. That's the best we've got, since there should have been multiple NHPs down there running the system. They should have been sort of separated from each other, running separate chunks of their own, this system-wide failure is, well, to be completely frank, it's pretty telltale of a either unshackled or partially unshackled NHP. It's a total system, whatever is happening here, so I'd recommend some sort of contact with any form of the Gengises, something beyond their borders, possibly at the burn line, and she kind of like taps the spot again. And should that go well, perhaps this is some misunderstanding or just some simple error that someone needs to fix. Odds aren't high, but who knows. From there forward, though, if everything is fine and nothing needs done, we can call it mission complete at confirmation of that. But if there is a unshackled NHP there, mission objective will be to contain and capture it. And she kind of pulls open a little shutter on a window by the side. And it's not massive, but she points out the window and you see the construction, not like mid-construction, but a recognized form and shape of a NHP casket, though this one a bit larger and a bit different from any NHP casket that you've encountered previously. This one is about the size of like a person, maybe even like a size 1 mech. I think it kind of resembles this shape, the shape of the like D3s here. Very sort of intricate and fine in its design with the tech that's sort of implemented. And she goes, if this is an NHP, we're sending you with one of these just in case. Based off of the scale of whatever sort of takeover this is, if it is anything beyond just a comms issue, we're probably dealing with something on a prime level. A prime NHP is the NHP that all of the sort of splinters are taken from and put into separate caskets to allow new NHPs to be given out to pilots and the like. For example, when you level up your license and unlock an NHP, you are licensed to use a splinter of that prime NHP, essentially. Which means that all NHPs that are gained through licenses will be individual, but they will have an overarching personality from the prime. A prime, however, is the original. It is like the actual entity itself that was first that version and has been contained. Now, dealing with an uncontained NHP is a bit of a difficult process. Primarily, it's going to require technological capability. Repost is kind of like, she like looks at Repost pointedly with that. As since they are bleeding into real space, it's a bit beyond normal things. They originate in the OmniNet, so OmniNet and technological attacks will still work on them. It's the best way we can to chain them. Worst case scenario, of course, if it is a unshackled NHP, you're gonna have to reshackle it. That'll be difficult. It'll require the actual proximity to the unform of the NHP in reality, as well as that thing to be nearby as well. And then you're gonna have to do some pretty hefty systems, tech effects, etc. in order to shackle it fully. Yeah, worst case scenario, we're packing it as a just in case. Any questions? Anything that you might need to know about NHPs that you don't understand as is, that you might need a little info on? I'm giving you as much as I can think of that I've got for base.
I guess I don't really have much Yes, I don't have questions for the NHP, but this planet that we're going to, is it kind of similar atmosphere as the last one we were at, or is it
this
maybe
is
lower gravity or anything of that nature?
It's not lower gravity. It'll be Belloc 2 is it'll be about the same gravity as most normal planet or most Earth-like planets, but there is some information here that's probably worth noting. She kind of like types in for a moment and pulls up the details. It is a planet mostly covered by jungle environment, very dense plant life. And there is a small amount, like probably similar to Earth, maybe a little less than Earth levels, of these dark green lakes and larger oceans. And she kind of points to those and goes, well, the environment and atmosphere with the fauna of this environment, so do just keep that in mind. Although it's very effective at eating through metal of pretty much any kind, so odds are if you come across flora and fauna, they'll probably be able to go through it fine, but any mechs or electronic things that you come across will likely be pretty badly injured if they fell into it or were to get it on them in too large a quantity. Other than that, the planet's core is molten gold. The gold itself being one of the main reasons Harrison Armory was using this as a forge planet. Other than that, just keep an eye out for any dangerous wildlife, and don't go in the water, don't go in the, well, it's gold, but don't go in the lava. It's pretty self-explanatory on that one, I guess.
Alrighty. Think I got all what I needed.
Alright. This one, let me double check real quick. So the trip there is only going to be about 7 months at near light speed. And that's including, like, it's further out than that, but it's 7 months of travel because you will pass through a warp gate eventually to arrive there. Which means no cryo sickness, but you all kind of load up into the ship, getting ready to head out onto the new mission. Bam, bam, bam. And I think, if you guys are okay with it, I think this will be a really good place for us to be to end the session.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Alrighty. How'd you guys
5 more
enjoy
hours. Let's go.
How'd you guys enjoy the new downtime possibilities?
I really enjoyed it.
I figured it would be a good option because I was reading through some of the Lancer book recently and saw something about monstrosities being able to be like tamed or whatnot by some enemy types. I'm like, well, I guess the allies can do it too then. So yeah. But thank you, Lackeys all, for coming out to tonight's broadcast. I hope you all enjoyed our stint back into the world of Lancer super soldiers. And as always, I hope you all have a bloody great night. Just, you know, maybe don't let Louis bite. He'll fucking probably swallow you whole, if I'm being real honest, and that's gonna be a fucking process.
Yeah.
But as always, I'll leave you with the most important part of all right at the end. Be kind to one another, goddammit. There are so many consequences if you fail to follow that directive. Otherwise, we'll get along just fine. Thanks for coming out. Bye. Love ya. Mwah.